Well, you'll see. Um, where I'll introduce you to that element. But the gold aspect of it is pretty incredible because it's a reoccurring theme. Another thing, this video, and I'll drop it in the chats, that you'll see is that they were mining gold. So what they decided to do was, make whatever inhabitants of the planet there, humans, in other words, or they created humans, just like the gods of Greece did. They mated with whoever was there, right? A little bit smarter so they understand, so they can conduct their operations. And it sounds totally legit. Of course, if you're going to go to a planet, let's say like Mars, just saying, and you mine it for, I don't know, like silver, right? You're going to take humans that are going to be obedient and shut up and just continue to mine all day wearing potato sacks, going through the mines and mining and mining and mining without rebellion, without asking questions, without anything, knowing that they are just a good that can be either feasted upon or used. And that is exactly how the humans were for all these stories of all these mythological gods that were coming from somewhere else. They would take the humans and they would create them to the point where they were just mundane, slaves, in essence. And they did this through genetic manipulation. That's actually on the Sumerian tablets, that they changed the DNA. So the question is, we're doing a lot of this genetic modification that is causing cognitive issues, questionable issues over the past half a century. And now it is being realized by many scientists that in order to have more permanent expression of, and I'm air quoting here, immunity, you must do it through the gut, right? So I want you to think gold, space, right? As I introduce you to gold, because I know we see it as something shiny and incredible, but it's very specific. I want you to remember the three wise men, when they went to visit Jesus, they brought a few elements with them, right? One of them was gold, and you have to think gold. Maybe because it's shiny and everyone knew it was worth. Let me tell you something. Think about it this way. Why did the people of ancient times claim that gold was precious? Like, what gave them that, thing? They could have said, copper was the best thing ever. Who told them that gold is the most important metal? Why was everyone dabbed and, put and draped in gold? Why wasn't it silver or, I don't know, freaking coal, for example? Why isn't coal like awesome? Why isn't zinc or aluminum or copper or whatever? Why gold? I mean, you had to come up with something. Somebody has to tell you it has value in order for you to see value in it, right? It's like the dollar. If you don't give it value, right, and you're like, nah, you're not buying my cow for $1. I want a sheep. I find that the sheep is more worth than your dollar. You give it power, just like you give power to your social media influencers and your news and your content and your media stars and your musicians. The only reason they're making videos is because you're paying for them. If you weren't paying to listen to their music, they're not important. So who told them that gold is important? Because it kind of is. This guy, and I have told you, okay, because he shows a solid gold toilet. I have told you about that time where I was in the Middle East and there was a solid gold toilet that I had the privy of using.
Gold for chemists. Oh, reagent. Hello everyone, in this video I am going to tell you about gold, a metal which can be used not only for making jewelry, but also for making highly effective medicines, and even tests for different diseases. In the periodic table of chemical elements, gold, along with silver and copper, belongs to group 11. The history of humankind is closely intertwined with these three resistant metals.
All right. So, as you guys know, I absolutely adore this guy. I actually think his accent is pretty cool. So, these are the three important metals. So, now he's going to talk to you about gold. And what he said in the introduction, pay attention. What he said in the introduction is that it's very important, for whatever, making beautiful jewelry or whatever, but it's also used in medicine. In medicine. I want you to pay attention to this.
Because, due to their low reactivity, they naturally occur in their pure forms. But, in contrast to silver and copper, people first noticed pure gold because its glossy shine attracted more attention than dull silver and copper ores. About 40,000 years ago, our ancestors began using this metal as jewelry because gold is too soft for making tools or weapons. This is the reason why about 3,000 years ago, first coins in ancient Lydia were made not of pure gold, but rather of its naturally occurring alloy with silver, called electrum, because silver in the alloy made coins harder. Unfortunately, nowadays encountering native gold for ordinary people is almost impossible. That is why, in order to demonstrate the properties of this metal, I bought 1 gram of this precious metal, and it cost 70 euros. Just like all other gold found on Earth, these small bits of gold formed as a result of nuclear synthesis inside a far-off exploding supernova, or when two neutron stars collided. Also, gold's atomic mass isn't that big. It is way less abundant in Earth's crust than uranium or thorium. Even though the likelihood of their synthesis during cosmic explosion is much lower, it turns out that because of its high density and low chemical activity at the early stage of Earth's formation, almost all gold on our planet sank into the planet's iron core, whereas thorium or uranium just oxidized it and dissolved in the molten minerals. That is why all that's left is to be counted with a tiny amount of gold, which was ejected in lava from the Earth's center during volcano eruptions and brought by asteroids. Of course, modern technologies allow people to synthesize gold on their own. For instance, by bombarding bismuth atoms in a particle accelerator.
Remember how we talked about creating your own gold a couple weeks ago? I want you to remember that episode. It's quite important because the properties of gold are very important too.
To knock in some protons and neutrons from them, receiving different isotopes of gold. However, the majority of such isotopes will be radioactive, and the cost of 1 gram of gold produced with such particle accelerators will be a million times that of gold dug in mines. That is why we should be happy that all the hard labor has been done by nature inside huge and hot stars. As I mentioned earlier, gold's density is one of the highest, being just 40% less dense than the densest metal, osmium. At the same time, pure gold is very soft. I decided to check how pure my nugget of gold is using an old technique, which is biting it with my teeth. The shop didn't cheat, and there is a noticeable mark on the gold nugget left by my teeth, which indicates that this is fine gold. If either silver or copper is added to gold, it becomes significantly harder, and there will be no marks left by the teeth on such gold piece. Besides the biting test, we can also easily bend such a gold nugget with bare hands. In my opinion, its softness is similar to that of lead. For the sake of good order, I also decided to check the hardness of my gold nugget with this hardness tester, and also to see how its hardness compares with that of lead. Gold is slightly harder, than lead, but it's 100 times more expensive and twice as dense. That is why nowadays gold jewelry is not made of pure gold. Rather, it is made of alloys of gold either with silver or copper, in order for such jewelry to be harder. If you didn't know, the content of gold in your necklace can be determined using the marked fineness on your jewelry. For instance, the fineness 585 means that gold makes up 58.5%.
Did you know that? Did you know that that stamp tells you? So when you go and buy fine jewelry, 585 means that only 58.5% of that necklace or that bracelet is actual gold. So you're never really buying gold because it's too bendable. 24 karat gold jewelry is quite popular in India. It's actually quite malleable, very soft, right? Very soft. 14K is a lot stronger, right? So you have to understand that's how they tell you how much percentage of the actual element is in there.
However, this precious metal can be used not only for making jewelry, but also for making scientific devices. For instance, gold films is used for making highly sensitive detectors, which can detect just several atoms of highly radioactive and volatile elements. Speaking of foil, a pure gold can be rolled into a sheet the thickness of which is 1,000 times smaller than the thickness of a human hair. Thus, you'll get a gold leaf. Now it's time to learn about the chemical properties of this precious metal. First, let us see how gold reacts with different acids. I decided to run the first test with concentrated muriatic acid, and I'm also going to see how an aluminum foil reacts with this acid. We can clearly see that aluminum immediately starts reacting with hydrochloric acid, whereas gold doesn't react with it at all. Now, let's see if gold can withstand concentrated nitric acid. For comparison, I have also submerged a piece of copper in it. Just in several seconds, copper actively starts dissolving in the nitric acid, releasing a reddish gas, which is nitrogen dioxide. Whereas gold doesn't react with nitric acid, it can only get rid of the dim fat layer left by my fingers. For my next experiment, I decided to boil this poor piece of gold in a molten alkali. Some time later, the glass jar itself started dissolving in the sodium hydroxide. Speaking of gold, it didn't change and only stuck to the formed sodium metasilicate, which formed when glass started reacting with sodium hydroxide. That's why it's fair to say that gold doesn't react neither with common acids nor with alkali. For the last experiment with this piece of gold, I decided to use a gas burner. When heated above 1000 degrees Celsius, gold starts melting, but along with that, it doesn't oxidize. That's what I call durability. Because of its durability, gold is used to cover contacts for many electric devices. For instance, processor connector pins or contacts of computer data storage. Besides, gold reflects light very well, especially infrared light. That is why many satellites are covered with gold foil in order for them not to overheat in the sunlight. However, no matter how resistant this metal is to acids and alkali, under special conditions it can be chemically altered and dissolved. To show you that, I have submerged this piece of gold into 5 milliliters of hydrochloric acid, just like the previous time, and at first nothing was happening, but then I added 1 milliliter of concentrated nitric acid and then started heating it all. And
All right. So what he's doing now, he's dissolving gold. Dissolving, kind of like when you add salt to water and you mix it, right? And it just gets creates that reaction where the salt becomes, NaCl in the water, right? It splits and it dilutes. This is what he's doing. So hydrochloric acid with sulfuric acid, with nitric acid together separately doesn't do anything. But when you bring them together and then you add heat to accelerate, it starts to dissolve.
And now, gold finally started to slowly dissolve. The thing is, when concentrated hydrochloric and nitric acid are mixed together, they create what's known as aqua regia, which from a chemical point of view is a solution containing chlorine, nitrogen dioxide, and nitrosyl chloride. All these chemicals make the mixture highly corrosive, which is why such metals as gold and even platinum can dissolve in this solution. When gold is dissolved in aqua regia, it releases nitric oxide and creates chloroauric acid, dyes this solution in yellow color. That is why, even in spite of its high resistance to acids, even gold can be dissolved under certain conditions. Just in 20 minutes of heating in aqua regia, the 1 gram of gold completely dissolved, without any traces, and I think unexperienced people won't even guess that there is gold in this solution. In such a way, you can hide your gold treasures, just as Hungarian chemist George de Hevesi hid gold noble medals of Max von Laue and James Franck. He did it when Nazi Germany occupied Denmark during the Second World War.
Did you see what he said? So as you saw, it was like a goldy looking liquid, but there was gold in there. You just can't see it. It just looks like a liquid. And these dudes literally hid their gold during Nazi Germany to, hide it from them because it's in there. How awesome is that, right?
If you didn't know, this yellow solution can be turned back into gold. I diluted it with water and then added a solution containing 2.6 grams of sodium metabisulfite. When chloroauric acid reacts with sodium metabisulfite, metallic gold starts depositing, and it actually doesn't look like gold. The thing is, now these particles are too small and cannot reflect light like a whole nugget of gold. After depositing, I am filtering gold particles with a regular filter. In order not to lose any of the precious gold, I am not separating gold from the filter. Rather, I am drying the whole filter and then I am burning it in a small crucible. When being melted, the majority of gold remains in the flux, whereas the paper filter will just burn down. With the help of a gas burner, I managed to turn that weird powder back into a gold droplet. For my next experiments, I needed soluble compounds. That is why I dissolved my gold once again. Now I am going to use this solution for obtaining gold nanoparticles, which is a very promising material.
So as you saw, all he did was put in the right chemicals, and then he said because the gold was so far and apart, and just to make it more layman, it wasn't reflecting light. It had to come together, and the way he came together, remember, gold melts, but it doesn't disappear with fire, right? It melts. So what he did was he let all that powder sit and soak into that filter, and then when it dried, he set it on fire, and the paper went away, and what remained was gold, solid gold again. But what he did was he dissolved it again to create gold nanoparticles.
Medicine and other branches. The process is fairly simple. I'm just adding a couple of droplets of 9% chloroauric acid solution to 200 milliliters of water and heating the solution to 95 degrees Celsius. After heating the mixture, I'm adding 2 milliliters of 1% trisodium citrate and start waiting. A couple of minutes later, the color first changed to blue, then to violet, and in the end, it became bright red. The trisodium citrate is slowly reducing gold from its components, creating gold nanoparticles. Because of their small size, of just several tenths of nanometers, gold particles don't deposit on the bottom of the beaker, but rather they create a colloidal solution, which is a stable suspended matter. These particles resonate with light, changing the color of solution to red. If I point a laser at the solution, we will see how the beam of light is reflected of the suspended particles in the water solution. Interestingly enough, if we add a little bit of 5% of salt solution, the gold particles in it will start merging and the color of the solution will change. Since the salt solution has merged the gold particles, the beam of light passing through them gets brighter. Nowadays, such gold nanoparticles have a lot of potential application in medicine. For instance, molecules of medicine can be attached to such gold nanoparticles, and they can be used to transport molecules to the needed organs in our body. Also, recently there has come our news that gold nanoparticles can be used to make novel tests for a very well-known recent disease, in which antibodies will be attached to gold particles reacting to COVID-19. To sum up, we can say that besides being used for making different gold jewelry, gold has a huge potential to be used for making future medicines and materials, all applications of which we are yet to see. That is why if you want to see more chemical reaction with this metal, don't forget to subscribe to my channel and give this video a thumbs up.
So, nanoparticles are what are in the PCR tests for COVID-19. Gold nanoparticles, golden buttholes. What in the butt? So, not only do they help convey medications to the organs that are necessary, right? But they also provide specific, highly specific detection. Remember how he said that a lot of them can indicate and show dangerous toxins. Remember when he said that? When thin foils that they use them? So now I want you to think of this. If history or these myths, which are oral history, seems to be very repetitive, only changing a few things. I mean, we also have to look at the first chapter of the Septuagint, in which I did a video. They seem to all have the same type of repetitive story. How someone came and taught them all this, mated with them, changed their DNA. Some changed the DNA, others say mated with them, and their ultimate attachment to it was gold. Gold, 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 gold. And lately we've been seeing that for the past 4 years, something that was brought to everybody's attention was the fact that China and a lot of other nations that are supposedly friendly have been heading to gold, 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 getting gold, gold, gold. Venezuela has been attacked for gold, 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 right? But one thing people don't talk about is the miners. Now, here's a little, fun fact. In Korea, there are islands called the Salt Islands. People are kidnapped. There are rumors that they're cloning human beings as well. They're kidnapped and put on these islands in the salt mines. And they're slaves. It's actual slaves. It's a big open secret that nobody talks about. Slaves that are miners, right? They mine in the salt mines. They're slaves. The Korean salt mines, look it up. It's an open secret. They kidnap people and throw them there. Now, they're all miners. Now, there's a trend lately, a trend of mining, a big trend. And in order to mine things, you have to be capable of having good lungs, right? You're not going to send someone that's not immune to inhaling things, right? You're not going to like people on Mars. Like, do you know what the atmosphere is like there? Honestly, do you? No. But you do, you know what they show you, what you're allowed to know, or what they want you to know, right? Because so how am I going to put this? So a trend happened a while ago. People were very ambitious in rare earth metals. So we have miners, right? Mining is a great job, right? It's you get paid a lot because you're underground, right? You pretty much get sick quite early, but you make a crap ton of money, and people are happy with that job. There are very few people that there's people that find their flow in doing stuff like that. They like it, right? And that's cool. They like the repetitive task, and they like it. They like it. They like doing work, using their bodies. Great. So, did you know that SpaceX, do you know what the point of SpaceX is? Psyche, soul. That's the goal. So, years ago, about a decade ago, this new trend happened, when Sir Branson, Obama's butt buddy, right? And fellow kitty diddler buddy. Well, he started to create, he had the Virgin Galactic, where they go up into space with an airplane and have dinner for like 30 minutes and then you come back, right? People started to look out into space because we know that, rocks, meteors that fall out of space, they have some out of this world minerals, right? That could be interesting, that could be something of our liking, right? When they fall and they land. So some people thought, well, why wait for them to fall? Let's go get them. Now, in order to do that, one would say you're going to send up equipment. China did, actually, to grab one of these meteors, asteroids, and mine them, right? And mine them. So, I really wanted to talk about this before it came to, but I wanted people to actually see this for themselves and see how realistic the one explanation is to the reality. And why do I say this? So, mining asteroids is actually a thing. In fact, Elon Musk is headed to mine an asteroid that is worth 700 quintillion. No joke. 700 quintillion. So there is a video that was put out for it. Now I'm going to show you what they're telling you. But then I'm going to show you what they're telling you, and you tell me how realistic that looks. And then think about mining and history and what it's taught you about it.
Frontier. Sure, we've all heard this famous tagline from Star Trek, but this massive void is more like the frontiers of the Wild West than you know. Believe it or not, space contains wealth and riches far beyond your wildest imaginations. Let's not forget, scientists have discovered an enormous cosmic diamond named BPM 37093, which is a crystallized white dwarf star. Basically, it's a diamond 4,000 meters long. However, we won't be traveling there anytime soon. So, is there anything closer to Earth? You bet there is. And it takes the form of a giant golden asteroid. Oh, you heard that right. It's a ginormous golden asteroid whizzing around our solar system with an orbit that's the equivalent of about 5 Earth years. And with asteroids becoming legal to own in 2016, you better believe that wealthy celebrities have already taken an interest. It seems it's only a matter of time before someone gets up there and becomes really, really rich. Here's some stats about everyone's favorite soft metal and why you should be interested. If you're trying to invest your hard-earned money, one of the safest bets is buying gold. In fact, this past July in 2020, prices per ounce of gold climbed up to $1,800 per ounce. This is the highest gold has been since September of 2011. And frankly, the uncertainty that this year has brought and most likely will continue to bring. Did y'all forget the United States is also holding its presidential election in only a few short months? Who knows what will happen? But one thing is for certain, and that is statistics. Gold is on the rise, with an estimated 19% rise in value this year alone. Things are looking pretty darn good for gold, aren't they? Well, until you throw in a curveball that most investors aren't thinking of. And by curveball, we actually mean a gigantic 173-mile by 144-mile wide massive ball of metal. We want to introduce you to the M-type asteroid 16 Psyche. It's shaped like your standard potato. However, it's much, much bigger and made of stuff that is much more valuable. See, the reason that it is called an M-type asteroid is this. The majority of its composition is metallic, meaning that it is mostly made of metals like iron and nickel, commonly found here on Earth. But the metals don't stop there. Scientists have discovered that 16 Psyche is also comprised of mind-boggling amounts of gold and heaps of platinum. Just how much are these metals worth? Try this on for size. 16 Psyche, if mined, would yield 10,000 quadrillion dollars. That's 19 zeros, people. So what is this floating fortune doing floundering through our favorite neighborhood, the solar system? Scientists believe that this is actually the leftover remnants of the core of a planet. They think that this planet must have formed around the time that our solar system was taking shape, and through massive amounts of collisions from heavenly bodies that took place billions of years ago. These collisions could have been asteroids, moons, other planets, comets, and more, and before long, the rocky surface was chipped away, and slowly but surely, all that was left was this incredibly dense and metallic core. It is also speculated that this planet was probably the size of Mars at least. Now you may be wondering, how in the heck can we know all this about a giant rock that, at its maximum distance, is 497 million miles from the sun? That's 3.3 astronomical units for all of you out there in the know. For those that don't, a single astronomical unit is the equivalent of the distance from the Earth to the sun. So yeah, this asteroid is far out there. But by studying it through both the visible and infrared spectrum, as well as using radar, they can get a surprisingly accurate portrait of what it looks like, what it's made of, and more. They can even figure out it takes 4 hours for 16 Psyche to rotate on its axis. Compared to the 24 hours it takes here on Earth, this baby is spinning at super speeds. But even with all this incredible information, there is only so much you can learn from observing at such a long distance away, which is why scientists at NASA are very interested in sending a probe up to 16 Psyche, mainly because they believe by studying what is thought to be an exposed planet core, they will learn more about Earth and get even more information on what it was like in the early years during the formation of our solar system and planet. And due to the asteroid being not too far away, after all, it's located right between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. It has already been announced that they will be able to launch a rocket in August of 2022, and the company behind the launch will be none other than SpaceX. Once up there, the real fun will begin. And by using a ton of incredibly advanced instruments, like a gamma ray and neutron spectrometer, we will get an even more detailed and accurate look at just what this giant golden potato is made of. Who knows? We may find that there is even more gold than we thought. But why stop there? Who is to say there couldn't be diamonds too? Diamonds! Diamonds, don't you see? Diamonds will make everything all better. Sorry about that. We're huge Simpsons fans here. Looks like we won't know for sure until the craft arrives at its far-off destination by the year 2026. Once it arrives, it is slated to remain in orbit for 21 months. This will be quite a historic mission as well, due to the fact that this will be the first time that we will be investigating a heavenly body that is not made of rock and ice. Oh yeah, you heard that right. Up till this mission, there hasn't been any rocket sent to probe any metallic object in our solar system. It's truly a legendary endeavor, and we as a species will have taken leaps forward in finding not only our place in the world, but our place in the universe. It's a fantastic time to be alive. But look, that's all well and good. Learning about where we came from is great and all, but the truth of the matter is this is a giant piece of gold flying through space worth quadrillions of dollars. We want to know if someone can mine this bad boy. Let's split the pot. No one would ever starve again, and we could all have giant mansions just like the richest here on Earth, right? Well, here's the thing. First of all, if this asteroid were to be mined, it would be absolutely devastating to our economy. We're talking really, really bad. Not just bad like at the end of Trading Spaces bad, but monstrously, unfathomably, world-cripplingly bad. Without a doubt, this would occur all over the world, and to everyone. Basically, all money would devalue almost instantly, and that includes the money held by the governments of the world. So yes, technically, there would be enough gold to go around to make every single person a billionaire. But remember, when everyone is a billionaire, no one is. But that doesn't mean that private investors and companies aren't interested in getting up there and taking a swing at the potato-shaped fortune. In fact, everyone's favorite billionaire, Elon Musk, not to mention the man behind SpaceX, has sent out some rather coy tweets hinting that he would be very interested in mining 16 Psyche. See, this idea is nothing new. The one that says there is a wealth of gold to be mined up in the heavens. In fact, there are two companies called...
Wait, I wanted to show you something and state it. Wait, is it there? There we go. Hold on.
Sent out some rather coy tweets.
Whoa. The tweet. Psyche. Soul. When did he tweet it? On the day that Shadowgate was, 14th of August. Interesting.
Hinting that he would be very interested in mining 16 Psyche. See, this idea is nothing new. The one that says there is a wealth of gold to be mined up in the heavens. In fact, there are two companies called Deep Space Industries and Planetary Resources that are backed by big-name celebs. And these companies are specifically geared towards mining and extracting gold from asteroids in our solar system. They've even been eyeing another asteroid, known as 2011 UW158 asteroid. And while it's nowhere near the levels of wealth contained on 16 Psyche, this floating gold mine is twice the size of the Tower of London and still worth an approximate $5.7 trillion. No wonder people are scrambling to get up there. Which brings us back to Mr. Musk, who, when asked if he would comment on the idea of him mining the gold in asteroids due to gold not having a fixed supply, he simply tweeted the word Psyche and linked to an article by Fox News stating the gold up there would make everyone on Earth a billionaire. Touché, Mr. Musk. Touché. So, looks like the rich are just going to get richer and richer and richer until, well, they mine the gold from the asteroids, crash the world's economy, spiral life as we know it into oblivion, and watch as we all have to pick up the pieces. Oh wait, that sounds eerily similar to 2020 already, everyone's favorite year. And yes, we mean that with as much sarcasm as we can muster, people. Hey, you know what? We say, go for it. Bring that gold down from the heavens and
let's just think about it. What he said was that the gold was the core of a planet that existed. The soul of a planet. And they name it Psyche, which means soul. So let me show you a time-lapse video of asteroid mining. It's actual, a huge drill doing its first drill test in space. And this happened, well, you have to see it to believe it, on my birthday, 2020. So I want you guys to see it. It's a minute. A lot of you that are listening to podcasts, you won't. It's 4 hours crammed into 1 minute. 4 hours to break through. So as you saw, a lot of you were like, well, that's CGI. No, duh. But there was a lot of stuff you should have been paying attention to that 1 minute video. History repeats itself, and it's kind of interesting because, as I've said many, many times before, time is but a concept. Time exists simultaneously, the past, the present, and the future. Your future is dependent on your present, and your present is dependent on your past. Therefore, they are simultaneous. And this is a realm that you are in of time that is influenced by you. How can I say this better? It is slowed to the point where you are able to retroactively observe. So it brings me to politics now. Now that you've seen the importance of gold, you've seen the importance of space, you've seen the importance of the Elons of Mars. Have you ever heard of that? You should look at that. You understand a few things of quantum, right? You're getting it. You're understanding your microbiome, your biome, your ecobiome, which is your world, and now your space biome, your more expanded biome. So now let's get into your time biome, where you can slow down for a bit. It's more existentics, the stuff that Gavin puts out on how the older you are able to watch the grass grow. Whereas you're younger, it feels like an eternity. Remember when you were a kid, you were like, oh my gosh, can't wait to grow up. This is so slow. Time was actually slow for you. You weren't growing up fast enough. And your parents would always say, my gosh, in a blink of an eye, you were a baby and now look at you. Like I see my daughter every single day and I'm like, oh, what happened to the little feet, right? So now, with time, as you are experiencing retroactively, one thing that has been happening, let's take this to the politics, which you are very well versed on, is that every year there's a State of the Union. I've seen a lot of people saying, well, Obama didn't do one in 2009. Trump didn't do one in 2017. Actually, they did. And it wasn't called a State of the Union, right? For what reason? Well, for one thing, Obama was, still coming up for air because everyone was going after him. Everybody. Why were they going after him? Because of what he did. What did he do? Come on, are we going to start with the whole fines, the judges, the obfuscating, his history? There's tons of stuff he did, right? Tons. So, and what about President Trump? Well, he did one too. He did one as well. But what was it, that one that he did? It was called an address. It was an unofficial State of the Union. So within the first, month, which is by the end of February, and actually President Trump gave his unofficial State of the Union address on February 28th, 2017, just so you know. He's having another one. The actual president of the United States is having another one, right? Is having another one. But what I want you to do is listen to a very specific part of last year's State of the Union so you can see time in rewind. Very specific portion that I will pause upon coming to that specific frame.
Our leader, Mitch McConnell. Thank you, Mitch. And his colleagues in the Senate, we have confirmed a record number of 187 new federal judges to uphold our Constitution as written. This includes two brilliant new Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh. Thank you. And we have many in the pipeline.
Yes, We do. Number one.
My administration is also defending religious liberty, and that includes the constitutional right to pray in public schools. In America, we don't punish prayer. We don't tear down crosses. We don't ban symbols of faith. We don't muzzle preachers and pastors. In America, we celebrate faith. We cherish religion. We lift our voices in prayer, and we raise our...
Did you see Nancy Pelosi's reaction? I want you guys to see that again. It's very important. It's very important to understand what the real war is. Very important. Listen to it again and watch her reaction.
Of 187 new federal judges to uphold our Constitution as written. This includes two brilliant new Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch.
Look at her shock when he says, "We pray." Just look at her shock. Wait. I'll tell you when. Look at the Democrats not clapping. Look at the military not clapping. Watch.
And we have many in the pipeline.
Yes, we do.
My administration is also defending religious liberty, and that includes the constitutional right to pray in public schools.
Pay attention.
In America, we don't punish prayer. We don't tear down crosses. We don't ban symbols of faith.
In God we trust.
We don't muzzle preachers and pastors. In America, we celebrate faith. We cherish religion. We lift our voices in prayer.
Look at her.
And we raise our
We lift our
sights to the
voices in
glory of
prayer,
God.
she says, and she gets shocked.
Just
Did you
as
see
we
that?
believe in the First Amendment, we also believe in another constitutional right that is under siege all across our country. So long as I am president, I will always protect your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms.
Can't have armed citizens, can't make mining slaves with that.
In reaffirming our heritage as
Look at her tearing the paper slowly.
We must remember that America has always been a frontier nation. Now we must embrace the next frontier.
Who's she talking to?
Manifest
Did you miss that?
destiny in the stars. I am asking Congress to fully fund the Artemis program to ensure that the next man and the first woman on the moon will be American astronauts, using this as a launching pad to ensure that America is the first nation to plant its flag on Mars. My administration is also strongly defending our national security and combating radical Islamic terrorism.
She's reading.
Last week, I announced a groundbreaking plan for peace between Israel and the Palestinians. Recognizing that all past attempts have failed, we must be determined and creative in order to stabilize the region and give millions of young people the chance to realize a better future. 3 years ago, the barbarians of ISIS held over 20,000 square miles of territory in Iraq and Syria.
Syria. Hold on. Let's get to the good part. What he says after this. Let's go. Here we go.
Welcome home, Sergeant Williams. Thank you very much. As the world bears witness tonight, America is a land of heroes. This is a place where greatness is born, where destinies are forged, and where legends come to life. This is the home of Thomas Edison and Teddy Roosevelt, of many great generals, including Washington, Pershing, Patton, and MacArthur. This is the home of Abraham Lincoln, Frederick Douglass, Amelia Earhart, Harriet Tubman, the Wright brothers, Neil Armstrong, and so many more. This is the country where children learn names like Wyatt Earp, Davy Crockett, and Annie Oakley. This is the place where the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth and where Texas patriots made their last stand at the Alamo.
Texas, Alamo. Where was his last speech?
Beautiful Alamo.
Mm-hmm.
The American nation was carved out of the vast frontier by the toughest, strongest, fiercest,
We did a show on
and most
Alamo.
determined men and women ever to walk on the face of the earth. Our ancestors braved the unknown, tamed the wilderness, settled the Wild West, lifted millions from poverty, disease, and hunger, vanquished tyranny and fascism, ushered the world to new heights of science and medicine, laid down the railroads, dug out the canals, raised up the skyscrapers, and ladies and gentlemen, our ancestors built the most exceptional republic ever to exist in all of human history, and we are making it greater than ever before.
The brains of it all, Melania. Look at her tearing the paper slowly. It was staged. You're watching a movie.
This is our glorious and magnificent inheritance. We are Americans. We are pioneers. We are the pathfinders. We settled the new world. We built the modern world. And we changed history
See how it was
forever
pre-ripped?
by
Did you see it?
embracing the eternal truth that everyone is made equal by the hand of Almighty God. America is the place where anything can happen. America is the place where anyone can rise. And here, on this land, on this soil, on this continent, the most incredible dreams come true. This nation is our canvas, and this country
She's getting
is our
ready.
masterpiece. We look at tomorrow and see unlimited frontiers just waiting to be explored. Our brightest discoveries are not yet known. Our most thrilling stories are not yet told. Our grandest journeys are not yet made. The American age, the American epic, the American adventure has only just begun. Our spirit is still young. The sun is still rising. God's grace is still shining. And my fellow Americans, the best is yet to come. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless America. Thank you very much.
And there she is, tearing it up. With that, COVID must be released. Now, remember, if you read the first sentence of Genesis, you realize that the end times are at the beginning. So, considering 2020 was horrible, if you apply the same methodology, let's use science, right? Here we come for full circle. The end of the United States began on that day when they decided that they're going to push this within the US. They were going to push it hard. Regardless of what the rest of the world decided they were going to do, they were given the go-ahead with the destruction of America based on her destroying the President of the United States speech. Number one. Number two, the president told you about Alamo and how Texas brought it home. In the end, where did our president go as president? To the Alamo. Full circle. And after that, he told you what's to come. The best is yet to come because we are going through uncharted waters right now. So if we revisit Alamo, Texas, and this Lone Star State, as I've said many times before, the flags are extremely important. What does that tell you, considering his first State of the Union, which is on the 28th, is happening again this year? Yes, it's not done in the halls of Congress or anywhere that they might say must be done. But where is it done? On the only platforms allowed to see it. And on YouTube, when it's being aired, it will be taken down. You are not allowed to have that speech. So again, in retrospect, you saw the future because the past told you about the future. You just didn't have the right ears to hear it. Hence why Pelosi's action and her 25th of February trip to Chinatown, her ripping of the document, which is an actual criminal offense and was not held accountable for it, is exactly this. The Alamo battle. You have to think back to Alamo and what happened. How many days was it? How did it happen? How did it occur? How long did it take? That's what you have to think about when thinking about Alamo. Who led the charge? Why was there a charge? What was going on? If you look at history, it will tell you everything you need to know about your future. That's something that we've been saying for a while now. So hopefully, President Trump's speech will both pacify our enemies. But if you've learned anything just from those few minutes, because you should hear the whole State of the Union, right? The real president is addressing the nation. And he told you what was coming. He just didn't spell it out for you. And now, looking back, you're seeing that. You're understanding how he was telling you, brace yourselves, but the best is yet to come. He sealed the deal when he visited that area. Now, I know it's not what you would like it to be, but you're not going to tell him how to give you an answer. You are not going to tell him, not the president, God. He decides. He decides how this plays out. And until someone, did I say someone? I'll take that back. Until the collective understands the power that they yield, kneels to their creator in faith, not by demanding outcomes, but faith, then you'll be able to see it more. Many people are pessimistic because they're not seeing what they want. And that's always the case. You know, I pray, oh, it's not happening. I'll tell you, I would pray, and still evil was there. the minute I stop trying to find solutions, the minute I stop trying to mitigate situations, the minute I said, you know what, you're in control, and I really meant it, things just changed. Now, I'm speaking from personal point of privilege, as they say, right? Personal point of privilege. I wanted to go to CPAC, but then I saw who was attending CPAC. And I was like, I could see my president somewhere else. I don't need to be there. Because the one thing of evil, especially evil disguised as good, man, do they suck every little bit of life in you. And I know a lot of you that were in DC felt the same way. It is very taxing on your soul. And they are everywhere. I mean, I saw people speaking at CPAC and I was like, there's like no way I could have been there without hurling or feeling upset, right, with what was being said and what is being said. I mean, Marsha Blackburn is at CPAC. What does that tell you? She gave a speech, the stupid bitch that said, I'm going to contest the elections, but then decided that the president was guilty of an insurrection, so she's not going to contest it because people trashed the place that were not sent there by the president. That stupid bitch is talking at CPAC. And she represents the Republican Party. That's where you need to get to slap him and say, what is this crap that you're putting on there? Pam Bundy. Freaking Marsha Blackburn. Tom Cotton. Are you serious? Scott Walker, the Wisconsin governor. I'm just pointing a few names out. These are the people at CPAC, and you wanted people to go there? Stop. CPAC is a joke. And the fact that people would sell their soul to go there, there wouldn't be no way that I would go there. No way. Because it's all a pony show. They're all fake. They're all fake. And that's why my president is the last one to speak. Because all those before him threw him under the bus. Threw him under the bus. And yet, everyone's like, oh, such a patriotic thing. No, it's not. No, it's not. It does not uphold the values of the United States of America. It's where people go and prance around, right? Look at me. I'm like such a big influencer in the conservative movement. No, you're fucking not. The people are the influencers. The people run this nation, not your stupid blue check mark butt that flies around and prances around. It's the people that are doing the hard work. And all of you are doing the hard work. None of them are. None of these people out there. Well, I represent, shut up, Posobiec's of the world, Cernoviches, all these clowns. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Do you know? Oh man, this is gonna set some serious fires. But I'm spilling some tea right now because I'm feeling it. I am gonna spill some super tea. When we were down in DC, oh, here comes the tea. Here comes the tea. When we were down in DC in January, this whole, January 5th event happened. I turned around to people that were close to even, to General Flynn themselves, right? All of these people that are patriots, that you see as patriots, right? Former special forces, joint operations, right? And here's this round girl sitting across from a couple of them. And they look at me and people that were with me without naming names and said, listen, stop exposing Ali Akbar. We need to keep it peaceful. We should all unite. So my friends even said, you know what? Maybe we should just, I was like, dude, they're going to wreck Patriots Day, I'm telling you, yeah, but you know, you might be wrong. Never been wrong yet. Never been wrong yet. And I was then thinking, these fuckers wanted a war. These people wanted a war. These people thought and still think that what happened was good. They wanted the war. They wanted the war, and they're pissed. Wait till Tory drops all your names and faces. I don't give a shit how many medals you have. I don't give a shit how many terms or tours you've done. You're not a patriot. When you support that insurrection and you were okay with the plan they had, trust the plan. You fuckers think because you hijacked the mode of communication that it's yours. The only person that gives you any avenue to speak is God himself. And let me tell you something. This is why you're in the shitter and nobody wants to be associated. You can say you gave them that Kool-Aid, you pushed it around, but you wanted war. Well, he's going to give you your own personal war. So those little guys running around, right? That were like, calm down, kids bop. Let's all get along for the sake of the event. I was like, no, we're not. You never make nice with the enemy that's planning to fuck you, period. And, even, the only person that kind of agreed with me was Patrick Berge, who, is like super black and white. But other people were like, maybe. And it's like, having seen war, I guess, we know how to separate that. And you would think that those little guys roaming around, becoming social media stars, pushing their little plans of how it was going to get fixed. One of them was like, look at this plan. We got this plan. Everyone was drinking the Kool-Aid of the plan. I'm like, you guys are all idiots. It's not going to work. That's a stupid plan. Pence is a little piece of shit. I've been saying it for years. Yeah, you don't know anything. Who the hell are you? Yeah, I'm the one that knows shit. You're the one that thinks you know shit. You're the one that thinks everything is rosy or that you know everything. Let me tell you something. The DIA doesn't know everything. The DOD doesn't know everything. The CIA doesn't know everything. Nobody knows everything except for him. And so everybody can only see their perspective. And with the knowledge they have, you cannot see something unless your eyes know what to look for. You can't hear something unless your ears know what to listen for. So I'm really glad, in a sense, that now they know, right, that the things that they were supporting were all bogus. The things that we were telling them to avoid and not support and not promote and not push were erroneous. Because they had a plan, and you should always trust that plan. You guys took my mode of communication and hijacked it. I let you. See, that's the thing. You never interrupt an enemy when they are destroying themselves. But guess what else you don't do? When you think something is impossible and someone's doing the impossible, don't interrupt them. That's just rude, jealousy, and rubbish. Look at all the Americans around you right now. Look at all the patriots right now. They have been armed with the tools of knowledge, and their eyes can see and their ears can hear. And they will not be victim of the same actions again. This is where it goes. Because they're strong in faith. Who's really going to sit there and listen to what Marsha Blackburn has to say and say that they're a patriot? Who can say that? Who can say that? When on the same day, she's like, I'm going to contest. And then suddenly, all these orchestrated events that these little task force dudes thought were a good thing, and we must make nice. Well, they were advising people advising people, big people. They were advising them because they had never steered them wrong. They were advising them to make nice. Let's make nice with this piece of crap. Let's make nice with this. Let's make nice with that. Let's bury the hatchet because it doesn't look good. We need to unite. We need their base. We need Alex Jones's base. We need Ollie's event. Ollie didn't do shit. Alex Jones didn't do shit. All they did was rape people of money for empty things. They don't tell you anything you don't know. You could go on Twitter and find out the shit they talk about. They don't investigate anything. Yet who advised the people that represented the most incredible movement to not listen to people that were saying, do not tag team, do not make nice, do not, they are an enemy, do not. Who advised them of that? They are also the enemy. When you sit back and you let shit burn, and you do nothing, but you promote the fire, well, then you deserve everything you get. And I know they listen, and they should. And they should, because guess what? In this reality, this fabric of reality, there are very few people that can master time like that. Look at what happened in February. Wait till you see what I do in April. Per se says, per se. So this is how, per se, this is how people will learn to discern. Our great leaders, the people that represented the people leading the people were tricked by their own. They were told, don't look there. Don't listen to them. Look, she got arrested. Look at her with the attorney general. Yeah, don't read the case. Just listen to us. We're telling you. They're nobodies. Brendan doesn't know her. She's not on the books. No fucking shit. People like me don't exist. They're usually in basements. But they forgot about something laying between these 6 inches. And that's what makes it amazing. They thought they knew best. I know best. Who else knows best? The globalists, the cabal. Oh, but they're better cabalists, right? Because they believe in the Second Amendment and the First Amendment, as long as it's, their way. Discernment comes from your gut. And I know every single one of those that were duped by their own people, that have fought side by side with them, that have been by their side for years, fucked up. Because they didn't listen to their gut to say, you know what? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't make nice. Maybe the person that was sussing them out isn't my friend either. Maybe I should trust my gut. Hence why we go back to the science. 2 brains. One of them is independent. Guess what? It controls your main brain, as you notice, scientifically. So all of them worked against you. You have the power. You have the power to suffocate their fake voices. You have the power. How? Quickly unfollow. Why am I giving that person support? Oh, I want to see what they're saying. Sure, you can go in and watch it. Don't give them the support. Don't give them the notoriety. Get rid of it. Are you following XYZ to see what they're saying? No, don't do it. You can go search anyway. Why do you need to follow them? Suffocate them. Smoke them out. Let the world see who they are. Can you believe Jack Posobiec said, I found out about Syria from an unorthodox source? Shut up. You mean not Christian source. You mean that's what's up. Like everybody and their mother knew Syria was coming. Yet they sell that to you. You know what else they sell? A lot of vitamin supplements. Like, what the fuck is up with that? Everyone wants to sell you silver and supplements. What's going on? Oh, look at me. Look at me. This is it. Supplements. You got it. Here it is. Buy my silver. Buy this. Why? You can't go buy your own silver? Oh, but if you buy silver from them, you get promoted. But why is it only silver? And why are they saying if you buy it, you support me? Well, why? If people like what you have to say, they'll send you money because they're going to want to keep having you there making content. You don't need to sell them shit. You don't need to sell them supplements. You don't even know what's in it. You contract with all these. Look at it. Think about it. How many of these people are selling freaking supplements? How many of them are educating you on what's good with your body? When did you become a doctor, Mike? Oh, let me guess. You're the best. No, you're not. When did you become an expert on commodities and you're talking about it? Gold is going to be worthless as a commodity if people don't wake up. Real commodities are the ones that I gave. I mean, it's funny, huh? Who whispered in the Redditors' ears about other stuff? Kind of like where niobium's going. I love the dip it takes, so that way I can get more. That's what's up. Pay attention. Why do you need to sell people something that they, well, you know, if you're making the product yourself, go on, sell it. Get on Etsy, put it on your site. I'm all for it. Let's do it. But when you're contracting out to sell vitamins that you have no idea what's in them, or you pretend to because the label says so, right? Have you guys ever tested the pH of your water at home with little strips? You'll be shocked. You don't need to put it up, right? You don't need to sell something to keep your voice alive. Your voice needs to be giving the people what they want, and they will support you. I am blessed. Oh, guess what? I got 211 subscribers now on Subscribestar. Thank you guys. That's super awesome. Because now I can go to people like that Russian guy and say, yo, I'll pay you $100 right now because I want you to do this experiment for my people. I want to show them this. This is the stuff that I can do now. When I have subscribers, I can finish up my little surprise. They're not going to shut us up. They can't silence us all. And it's a tick, tick, tick. So if your voice and what you produce is good, it stays. It's kind of like ivory soap, right? Ivory soap hasn't really changed, right? Ivory soap is ivory. You don't need to put trinkets on it and little things in it. The basic first ivory soap works. Why? Because it does the job. And because it's a good product, it remains. Think of all the products that were created and still remain. Because they're good. They speak for themselves. And so again, when you think, well, so-and-so has a big voice. No, you give them that voice. So-and-so is a great commentator. Great, support them. So-and-so believes, like people ask me, what do you think of this person, that person? I mean, it's better to ask me. Never mind. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. I'm just saying, you have the power to give power to a currency, let alone somebody's voice. So that is what you need to look at. Who's really giving you something that's of value? Not like, tips like GameStop or niobium. We're talking, other stuff. Stuff where you're learning to do it yourself. See, that's the thing. I don't want to keep the information for myself. I want to give it to you. I want you to see it yourself. That way, you don't even need someone to suss it out for you or someone to decode shit for you. What you need is to be able to do it yourself. It's like fishing lesson. Why would I give you fish when I could teach you to fish, per se? So I'm teaching you all the bad tricks, all the flags that bad things did that go unnoticed so you can recognize. Oh, that didn't come out right. I'm trying to think. Man, spilling the tea thing, because I went way over on this show. It is Friday. I'm so proud of Donald Trump. President Donald J. Trump. I am so proud of him. He's fearless. He literally walked into a snake pit with tar, feathers, the whole 9 yards. and is still at it, man. He's still at it. A normal person would have stepped back. He's a beast. One of his best creations. I'm telling you, one of the best creations. He's like Ivory soap. It's like the invention of sliced bread. Six years he has. 6 years. So this is one of the 6 years. A lot of people had asked me, how does he have 6 more years? 6 years. I'm telling you, it's 6 years. Everything you watch is literally a movie. It's not real. And if you go back and watch that video of the drilling, I want you to pay attention to the surroundings of that drilling so that you can see what you missed. So you can see what you missed. You saw Portal. It's been out for almost a decade. Obviously, you're not seeing the reality. Oh, rover's on Mars. How do you know it's Mars? Because they told you? How do you know that probiotic that you're taking off the shelf from this really famous company isn't killing your microbiome rather than promoting it? How do you know these influencers aren't selling you vitamins that are supposed to make you more vulnerable? How do you know? Because the label says so? Because the FDA says put a label? Stop. Nobody can trust the FDA. They say that so much of bugs in your food is okay. They don't have to register it when you get bugs in it. How do you know that your water pH is what it is and that it doesn't have any nanoparticles in it? You don't. Yet you trust the fact that they're labeled and they can get sued if some smartass actually investigates them. I mean, there's videos out there where people actually test the acidity of bottled water. You should see it. How do you know the meat you're eating is beef? I mean, they're now deriving meat from human stem cells, so you can say you're buying Kanye beef steak, which is Kanye's DNA and beef DNA grown, so you can say I'm getting some Kanye. That's disgusting. How do you know? How do you know? Oh, because I saw it. That doesn't mean shit. How do you know? How do you know? You don't. How do you know? You don't. That's the point. So if you don't know anything, you can't trust your eyes, you can't trust your ears, how do you know? You trust your gut. And you have faith that what you access, he will not allow you to have. You know, I'm totally against this impossible meat stuff, right? So every now and then I crave when it's, you know, I'm a woman at a certain time of the month, you know, what did President Trump tell her? Bleeding out of everywhere, right? That was so funny. And she was so offended. It's like, well, she's too old to be bleeding out of anywhere right now. You've totally complimented her, but she was offended. But anyway, I get cravings. A lot of women crave chocolate. I crave like a disgusting burger. I want to taste grilled something, like charred something, right? So once late at night, I left my apartment and I drove to a Burger King and I was like, I'm going to get it because they have that fake liquid smoke smell right on it. So I go to get like a Whopper and I'm like, yeah, even though the Whoppers suck because they're usually cold, their service is just so subpar. I just wanted to taste it. I didn't even eat the whole thing. I wanted to taste it. But here's what happened. The person behind me had ordered an Impossible Burger. Now, as I said, I have faith that the things that I put in my body won't hurt me more than what this, you know, suit has been doing itself from overdrive. You know, I have enough inflammation, don't need more. I have faith. Well, I get my my burger. I don't pay attention to it. And then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna start eating it at the red light. And so I'm like opening the box and I'm like trying to get the paper thing on it. And as I'm trying to, I literally, it drops. And I'm like, what the, like, it's one of those things where you're holding it and you're like not holding it. And it like totally fell. So I'm like, damn, let me go back to Burger King. So I go by there and I'm like, hey, can I get it? And she was like, oh my gosh, did I give you the Impossible Burger? I'm so sorry. I'll have it for you for free. And I was like, what? That was an Impossible Burger I had. But for some reason, it all dropped. Like I wore it. Like I had like, I was like hugging my chest to walk back into my building so the security guard doesn't laugh. You see how that works? At that point, I was really pissed. I was pissed. It was all over me. I had all that stupid stuff all over me. I was so upset. And I have a cat. So obviously I wasn't wearing like outside clothes because I was going from my apartment to the garage to Burger King and back. So obviously there was cat hair everywhere. So there was no way of saving that burger, even if I so desperately wanted it. And it was an Impossible Burger. And see, I dodged the fake meat. Not me. He made it so. He made it so. Now you might say, God save you from eating an Impossible Burger. Hey, that's what I say. So I say it as such. So when mishaps happen, when things don't go right, I say it's him for a reason. It's not because he's not listening. It's because he's directing us. Now, I'll leave you with this because we should raid someone. But I'll leave you with this. I want to tell you something funny. So yesterday, like I said, we went to the melting pot. Okay, like I said, cheese, great with the bread. Oh my gosh. The chocolate, banana, strawberries, off the charts. The food, not so off the charts. So as we were sitting there, Phoebe decided to talk about, she did something that looked weird. And I was like, what is that? Tourette's. And then she started, it's not something to laugh about because could you imagine having this compulsion to say, but it was actually quite funny. She was like, what if someone was to walk in a place with like a bunch of people that hate Trump or love Biden or love the liberals and they start pretending they have Tourette's and, oh, fuck Biden. Or, he's a pedo, and she did that on accident. And I was thinking, damn, someone's creative out there to have pretend, just saying, just the thought of it, because then they can't get angry at you because it looks like you have Tourette's and you're cussing, but you're saying all these things like, I'm just saying I thought that was funny. It caught me a little bit off guard. I mean, damn, my kid has a sense of humor. And to think, her soul, such a short time on this earth so far, has been tested and tried like no other to be able to find humor, man, right? And I think that goes for all of us. We should be able to find humor in everything. And we should laugh at evil. Because the more you laugh, you minimize its effect. I'm just saying. Minimize the effect. So, last thing. So there's this app that I've been playing with for a couple months. It's been like a couple months. I've downloaded it. Let me see what the name of it is. I just know it has headphones. It's called Stereo. It looks like a little microphone. So when you go to it, people are just having conversations live and they talk. So I'm going to start next month, right? Once a week so that we can have Q&As on it. So like we get to talk to each other. So whoever's on, we get to like chit chat, like on our phone, like we're having a convo. And I think that would be fun where we could just all talk about whatever. Sometimes I peruse through it to say there was this guy going off about things and it was hilarious. Then you have your liberal. So I jump in and say something and you could leave it like as a voicemail or you jump on and you meet each other and have combos. So I thought maybe my first combo, it would be, I don't know, maybe me and Gavin talking time, right? And you guys can listen in and chime in or whatever. It's called stereo. So I'm volunteering them without asking them. I'm just saying, I think the conversations we have anyway would be cool for people to listen into and obviously chime in. So
President Trump to speak at CPAC. From the New York Post. By John Levine. February 20, 2021. President Trump will be a keynote speaker at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando, Florida, his first public speaking engagement since leaving the White House, a spokesman for the organization confirmed to the Post on Saturday. Trump is scheduled to speak on Sunday, February 28, the last day of the conference. Trump's speech will focus on the future of the Republican Party and the conservative movement, a source close to the president told the Post. Also look for the 45th president to take on President Biden's disastrous amnesty and border policies, the source added. Trump has regularly spoken at the annual event during his presidency, but his participation amid the change of administration was uncertain, insiders said. The conference, which is usually held in Maryland, has been moved to the Hyatt Regency in Orlando this year to escape coronavirus lockdowns. I'm looking forward to hearing him speak and hearing about his post-presidency plans, said Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe. The event kicks off Thursday, February 25. A post by Major Patriot. The way I look at CPAC is that it's establishment enemy territory, and the Trump MAGA deplorables are taking over.
Oh no, we can't go out like that. Trump 2021, yeah, he running it back. I just got a call from General Flynn, he told me that's facts. Democrats, go and tell me how you feel about that. Who won Trump won? Who won Trump won? Watermark the batters, 45 the chosen one. You know the fans did a sweep, they was knocking at the front door. Patriots pulling up, knocking on the Capitol. Oh yeah, you know the fans did a sweep, whoa. You know the fans did a sweep, yo. Fans did a sweep, they was knocking at the front door. Patriots pulling up, knocking on the Capitol. Oh yeah, you know the fans did a sweep, whoa. You know the fans said, I can't. Tell me wrong.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That means a lot. I don't, thank you. I don't get out of my house much. So it's interesting, I was telling my wife on the way up, we work from home, we do the show from home, And it's a really kind of peaceful, calm, sedate environment. We're at like a 0 energy level outside of the show all day. And then when we leave, we get immersed into this crowd of patriots, and it goes to a 99.6. And it's so overwhelming. You make my emotional cup runneth over. So thank you very much.
Ignoring evidence of election fraud because the election is already over is like ignoring a murder because the victim is already dead. Please consider supporting my channels on Patreon, and thank you to all of you who are already giving on Patreon. I really appreciate your support. President Trump to speak at CPAC. From the New York Post. By John Levine. February 20, 2021. President Trump will be a keynote speaker at the Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando, Florida, his first public speaking engagement since leaving the White House, a spokesman for the organization confirmed to the Post on Saturday. Trump is scheduled to speak on Sunday, February 28, the last day of the conference. Trump's speech will focus on the future of the Republican Party and the conservative movement, a source close to the president told the Post. Also look for the 45th president to take on President Biden's disastrous amnesty and border policies, the source added. Trump has regularly spoken at the annual event during his presidency, but his participation amid the change of administration was uncertain, insiders said. The conference, which is usually held in Maryland, has been moved to the Hyatt Regency in Orlando this year to escape coronavirus lockdowns. I'm looking forward to hearing him speak and hearing about his post-presidency plans, said Project Veritas founder James O'Keefe. The event kicks off Thursday, February 25. A post by Major Patriot. The way I look at CPAC is that it's establishment enemy territory, and the Trump MAGA deplorables are taking over.
Oh no, we can't go out like that. Trump 2021, yeah, he running it back. I just got a call from General Flynn, he told me that's facts. Democrats, go and tell me how you feel about that. Who won Trump won? Who won Trump won? Watermark the ballots, 45 the chosen one. You know the fans did a sweep, they was knocking at the front door. Patriots pulling up, knocking on the Capitol. Oh yeah, you know the fans did a sweep, whoa. You know the fans did a sweep, yo. Fans did a sweep, they was knocking at the front door. Patriots pulling up, knocking on the Capitol. Oh yeah, you know the fans did a sweep.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. I don't, thank you. I don't get out of my house much. So it's interesting, I was telling my wife on the way up, we work from home, we do the show from home, and it's a really kind of peaceful, calm, sedate environment. We're at like a 0 energy level outside of the show all day, and then when we leave, we get immersed into this crowd of patriots, and it goes to a 99.6, and it's so overwhelming. You make my emotional cup runneth over, so thank you very much.
Ignoring evidence of election fraud because the election is already over, is like ignoring a murder because the victim is already dead. Please consider supporting my channels on Patreon, and thank you to all of you who are already giving on Patreon. I really appreciate your support.
This sounds like political presidential talk to me, and I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever?
Probably not, but I do get tired of seeing the country ripped off.
Why would you not?
I just don't think I really have the inclination to do it. I love what I'm doing. I really like it.
Also, it doesn't pay as well.
No, it doesn't. But, you know, I just probably wouldn't do it, Oprah. I probably wouldn't, but I do get tired of seeing what's happening with this country. And if it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally, because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
Mr. Trump, you've done great things in your life, and I just wonder, how do I, as an average person, begin?
Well, first of all, never think of yourself as average. You started off with the wrong question, because you're not average. You've got a lot going. I see you're smart. I see you're very beautiful. And you're right against Erin. Look how beautiful she is, but, you know, I don't see any difference. You have to tell yourself that you just have to get that word average out of your vocabulary, and you have to tell yourself that you're great, and you have to believe it. If you can say it and don't believe it, it doesn't matter. So just go out there and work hard.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
There's not going to be a President Donald Trump.
Donald Trump will not become president.
Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Take it to the bank. Okay. I guarantee it. All right.
I think that man will be president of the United States right about the time that spaceships come down filled with dinosaurs and red capes.
Donald Trump has been saying that he will run for president as a Republican, which is surprising since I just assumed he was running as a joke.
Donald Trump, just last week, he confirmed to the National Review that he is again considering a run in 2016.
Do it. Do it. Look at me. Do it. I
will personally write you a campaign check now on behalf of this country, which does not want you to be president, but which badly wants you to run.
I continue to believe Mr. Trump will not be president. Mr. Trump will not be president.
He will never be president of the United States.
And we better be ready for the fact that he might be leading the Republican ticket next.
I know you don't believe that, but I want to go on.
Sorry to laugh.
Okay, here we are. And which Republican candidate has the best chance of winning the general election?
Of the declared ones, right now, Donald Trump.
And so, right now, Mr. Trump, to answer your call for political honesty, I just want to say, you're not going to be president. There is zero chance we'll be seeing you being sworn in on the Capitol steps with your hand on a giant golden Bible.
Donald Trump will never, ever be president of the United States.
Donald Trump will never be elected president of the United States.
Donald Trump is the here today, gone tomorrow candidate for president of the United States. Donald Trump is not going to be president of the United States. Ever respectful of the fact that the people have not voted, he's not going to be president of the United States.
Let's be clear. Donald Trump will lose the election.
We talk about him every day, and we continuously bash him.
He's not going to be the president. Don't worry about it.
Exactly.
This will be a wake-up call to the Republican Party. Despite Boris thinking that Donald Trump could win New York, like this, the presidential race is over.
Could I just cut through? I have one thing to say, one thing only, and that is that this race is over.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
I think I'd be inclined, I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off. And I can't promise you everything, but I can tell you one thing, this country would make one hell of a lot of money from those people that for 25 years have taken advantage. It wouldn't be the way it's been.
When you stand and deliver that State of the Union address, in no part of your mind or brain can you imagine Donald Trump standing up one day and delivering a State of the Union address?
Well, I can imagine it in a Saturday night skit.
Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
That from now on, it's going to be America first. America first. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the page will read tomorrow. But for the first time in a long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each and every one of you. Years from now, some of them may look back and ask themselves whether they've made the right choice, whether they've made the most of the opportunities they've been given. Together, we have the same mission. Over the course of your life, you will find that things are not always fair. You will find that things happen to you that you do not deserve and that are not always warranted. But you have to put your head down and fight, fight, fight. Never, ever, ever give up. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right. Nothing worth doing ever, ever, ever came easy. And the more righteous your fight, the more opposition that you will face. In your hearts are inscribed the values of service, sacrifice, and devotion. Now you must go forth into the world and turn your hopes and dreams into action. America has always been the land of dreams because America is a nation of true believers. When the Pilgrims landed
at Plymouth, they prayed. When the founders wrote the Declaration of Independence, they invoked our Creator 4 times. Because in America, we don't worship government, we worship God. It is why our currency proudly declares, "In God we trust." And it's why we proudly proclaim that we are one nation under God. The story of America is the story of an adventure that began with deep faith, big dreams, and humble beginnings. The next generation of American leaders never, ever give up. There'll be times in your life you'll want to quit. Never quit. Never stop fighting for what you believe in and for the people who care about you. Carry yourself with dignity and pride. Demand the best from yourself. The more people tell you it's not possible, that it can't be done, the more you should be absolutely determined to prove them wrong. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. Relish the opportunity to be an outsider. The more that a broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. You must keep pushing forward. And always have the courage to be yourself. America is better when people put their faith into action. Pray to God and follow His teachings. Today, each of you begins a new chapter as well. When your story goes from here, it will be defined by your vision, your perseverance, and your grit. You will build a future where we have the courage to chase our dreams no matter what the cynics and the doubters have to say. You will have the confidence to speak the hopes in your hearts and to express the love that stirs your souls. As long as you have pride in your beliefs, courage in your convictions, and faith in God, then you will not fail. As long as America remains true to its values, loyal to its citizens, and devoted to its Creator, then our best days are yet to come. May God bless the class of 2017. May God bless the United States of America. And I just want to let you know that God blesses you. And I want to just say, you are special in every way. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Less than 1 year has passed since I first stood at this podium in this majestic chamber to speak on behalf of the American people and to address their concerns, their hopes, and their dreams. That night, our new administration had already taken very swift action. A new tide of optimism was already sweeping across our land. Each day since, we have gone forward with a clear vision and a righteous mission to make America great again for all Americans. Over the last year, we have made incredible progress and achieved extraordinary success. We have faced challenges we expected and others we could never have imagined. We have shared in the heights of victory and the pains of hardship. We have endured floods and fires and storms. But through it all, we have seen the beauty of America's soul and the steel in America's spine. Each test has forged new American heroes to remind us who we are and show us what we can be. We saw the volunteers of the Cajun Navy racing to the rescue with their fishing boats to save people in the aftermath of a totally devastating hurricane. We saw strangers shielding strangers from a hail of gunfire on the Las Vegas Strip. In the aftermath of that terrible shooting, we came together, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as representatives of the people. But it is not enough to come together only in times of tragedy. Tonight, I call upon all of us to set aside our differences, to seek out common ground, and to summon the unity we need to deliver for the people. This is really the key. These are the people we were elected to serve. Over the last year, the world has seen what we always knew, that no people on earth are so fearless or daring or determined as Americans. If there is a mountain, we climb it. If there's a frontier, we cross it. If there's a challenge, we tame it. If there's an opportunity, we seize it. So let's begin tonight by recognizing that the state of our union is strong because our people are strong. There has never been a better time to start living the American dream. So to every citizen watching at home tonight, no matter where you've been or where you've come from, this is your time. If you work hard, if you believe in yourself, if you believe in America, and you can dream anything, you can be anything, and together we can achieve absolutely anything. All of us together as one team, one people, and one American family can do anything. We all share the same home, the same heart, the same destiny, and the same great American flag. Together we are rediscovering the American way. In America, we know that faith and family, not government and bureaucracy, are the center of American life. The motto is, "In God we trust." And we celebrate our police, our military, and our amazing veterans as heroes who deserve our total and unwavering support. Reminds us of why we salute our flag, why we put our hands on our hearts for the Pledge of Allegiance, and why we proudly stand for the national anthem. Americans love their country, and they deserve a government that shows them the same love and loyalty in return. We want every American to know the dignity of a hard day's work. We want every child to be safe in their home at night. And we want every citizen to be proud of this land that we all love so much. We can lift our citizens from welfare to work, from dependence to independence, and from poverty to prosperity. As President of the United States, my highest loyalty, my greatest compassion, my constant concern is for America's children, America's struggling workers, and America's forgotten communities. I want our youth to grow up, to achieve great things. I want our poor to have their chance to rise. So tonight, I am extending an open hand to work with members of both parties, Democrats and Republicans, to protect our citizens of every background, color, religion, and creed. My duty and the sacred duty of every elected official in this chamber is to defend Americans, to protect their safety, their families, their communities, and their right to the American dream. Because Americans are dreamers too. It was a small cluster of colonies caught between a great ocean and a vast wilderness. It was home to an incredible people with a revolutionary idea that they could rule themselves, that they could chart their own destiny, and that together they could light up the entire world. That is what our country has always been about. That is what Americans have always stood for, always strived for, and always done. We're a people whose heroes live not only in the past, but all around us, defending hope, pride, and defending the American way. They work in every trade. They sacrifice to raise a family. They care for our children at home. They defend our flag abroad. And they are strong moms and brave kids. They are firefighters and police officers and border agents, medics and Marines. But above all else, they are Americans. And this capital, this city, this nation belongs entirely to them. Americans fill the world with art and music. They push the bounds of science and discovery. And they forever remind us of what we should never, ever forget. The people dreamed this country. The people built this country. And it's the people who are making America great again. As long as we are proud of who we are and what we are fighting for, there is nothing we cannot achieve. As long as we have confidence in our values, faith in our citizens, and trust in God, we will never fail. Our families will thrive. Our people will prosper. And our nation will forever be safe and strong and proud and mighty and free. Thank you, and God bless America. Good night. Broken system tells you that you're wrong, the more certain you should be that you must keep pushing ahead. Because it's the outsiders who change the world and who make a real and lasting difference. Nothing worth doing ever came easy. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation. The future belongs to the people who follow their heart no matter what the critics say. We must always remember that we share one home and one glorious destiny. We all bleed the same red blood of patriots. We all salute the same great American flag. Our best days are yet to come.
Yeah, and that was the scary thing about this whole plan of the deep state, of the this what I call stack 'em and pack 'ems. You know, they wanted everybody in these high density population areas. They were trying to push people off of the lands, doing all kinds of things, raising the taxes out on large pieces of property, making it difficult for you to put in drill a well, take water out of the ground. Around here, they tried to come in and actually put a meter on the water that you pulled out of the ground on your own property, things like that, making it very difficult for you to get building permits and different things. All of those things were just to discourage people from moving out into the hinterlands and trying to entice everybody back into the cities. And I mean, they were building the stack 'em and pack 'ems. I mean, my neighborhood out here, we had 4 or 5 large projects of stack 'em and pack 'ems built up in the past 4 or 5 years. You know, right at the tail end of the Obama administration, going in, you know, to this last one. And a lot of that is it's subsiding somewhat, and I think that there is going to be, once things kind of settle down, I think there is going to be a more of a move to the rural areas. But then comes the, do you have what they call heirloom seeds?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Non-GMO
heirloom seeds, meaning those seeds will produce plants that will produce other seeds.
Right.
So that you can perpetuate your garden. A lot of these things that, do you have a meat grinder? Do you have, a good, like a really good cast iron skillet? I mean, I'll tell you what, I have totally gotten rid of my aluminum pans, and with the nonstick coating on there, and I've gone back to cooking in a skillet, a cast iron skillet.
That heats the food through deeper into it. Cast iron radiates infrared rays which penetrate inside the food. They actually cook things better once you get the pan hot.
Yeah, you got to get the pan hot, and it doesn't take a whole lot to do it. And then once you get the pan seasoned, you can cook. You're gonna use fats and oils and things like that to cook things so that they don't stick. How many nonstick pans have you gone through in the past 20 years there?
Oh, I think 6.
Okay. And because the nonstick coating wears off, right?
Yep.
All right. Where's that nonstick coating going?
I guess I probably ate it most of it.
You've ingested a fair amount of it. What's in that nonstick coating? Oh, and aluminum. Oh, yeah. Remember, aluminum is not good for you. Why do we have so many people having Alzheimer's and dementia and things like that? Because of aluminum. And people cooking in aluminum pans. But it's covered by nonstick. What's in the nonstick? Once you get through the nonstick, what's there? It's aluminum. That's why, a really good cast iron skillet, couple of good sizes, maybe a small and a couple of big ones. I don't have a call sign.
You don't?
Not one that I'm going to share here. that radio is it'll work when I need it to, and I'll be able to talk to whoever I want to. So, but I don't share that call sign, for security reasons. Anyway, so, if you're going to, basically hold up in your home location, then prepare your home and understand your home and set your home up in such a way that, you or those that live there can defend your home. And so it's one of those situations where we're just going to have to do the best we can. And
Yep. Agreed.
Have things that you can barter is one way. If you get to a situation where people have settled down and you can barter, that is one way to handle some of that.
I've heard liquor is really good to barter with.
Yeah. It would be a good thing. You just, hey, take it and go 20 miles that way before you open the bottle, because I don't want you coming back here drunk. All right. Yep. Coffee. Yeah. Make sure you have plenty of coffee, which is, but how long can you keep? Can coffee keep? But and then emergency rations, i.e., military rations and things like that. It may not be the best, but if you got to have something to eat, it'll do the job. And it's designed to be high calorie, and it'll keep the meat on your bones, and it'll keep you going. Lighters, rice, beans, yeah, all the stuff is great information. If you're planning on hunting, unless you're out really away from everybody, you're not going to find any. I mean, dogs and cats will disappear quickly once people get hungry. All right.
Yep.
I mean, when you think about it, it's not going to be pretty if it ever were to come to that. And did you know Talladega is a federal prison? It has a federal prison.
That's got a racetrack on it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I had no idea there was a prison there. Yeah.
Talladega. Let's just look at some of these. You have Alaska wilderness east of Anchorage, no roads, air and railroad access only. Estimated capacity of 500,000 at Elmendorf Air Force Base, northeast area of Anchorage, far end of base, garden plot facility. Eielson Air Force Base, southeast of Fairbanks, operation garden plot facility. Fort Wainwright, east of Fairbanks. Again, you have, Eielson and then Fort Wainwright, all right there, just east of Fairbanks in that whole area. Fort Huachuca, 20 miles from the Mexican border, 30 miles from Nogales. Pinal County on the Gila River, World War II Japanese detention camp, may be renovated. Yuma County, Colorado River, site of the former Japanese detention camp near Proving Grounds. This site was completely removed in 1990, according to some reports. So we've got all this stuff going on. Wickenburg Air Force Base is ready for conversion. Total capacity unknown. Davis Monthan Air Force Base, Tucson, fully staffed and presently holding prisoners. Sedona, site of possible UN base. Arkansas. New wooden barracks have been constructed to this location. Classic decorations, guard towers, barbed wire, high fences. Now, keep in mind, since the Trump administration came in, a lot of these facilities have been revamped. They continued the program, but for totally different reasons. And that is, when you start talking about all of these people that have been brought up, or they've got all these sealed indictments. Okay,
yeah. I was trying to figure out what you were going to say. Yep.
We've got all these sealed indictments where you're looking at almost 300,000 sealed indictments.
Yep.
All right. And any one of those sealed indictments could have anywhere from 1 to 50 people on it, for crying out loud.
Yes.
All right. So even if it was, you got 300,000 or 30,000, is it 30? Did I say 30,000 or 300,000? I mean, it's a ridiculous number of, I've got the website up here. Where'd it go? Here it is. When you've got total number, unsealed 26,897, 207,512 sealed remaining, and this gets updated. Okay, so
yep.
Another 467,966 non-sealed cases filed, not unsealed. All right. That's a crap. I mean, let's just say there were 3 people on each one of those.
Right.
And let's say they have solid, irrefutable case, evidence on these things, and they can wrap up. Let's say they have a 90% conviction rate on these things. Where do you put all those people? You're talking, 750,000 and or better, quite possibly. And that's just the United States here. I mean, the numbers are just crazy.
Yeah, they are.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good Lord. Let's see here. So anyway, and then they're talking about Gitmo. Gitmo is getting kind of full, from what I understand, and they also they were moving a lot of people out of some prison facilities and consolidating them into other prison facilities, getting ready for this influx of these people who have been brought up on these sealed indictments. And I'm trying to find something here. Hang on a second here. Oh, for crying out loud! Yikes! Oh, let's see here.
What are you looking for?
I am looking for a page that I mistakenly closed. And now I got to go back in my history.
Yep.
And find the stupid thing. But it's let's see here. Okay. That'll get me close here. But what's going on right now is, we're seeing a lot of stuff out there, and I found it at beforeitsnews.com. It's a very interesting website. I've been following it for quite a while.
Yep.
And they had a very interesting story. I got to find it here. Where they were talking about, okay, what is going on at Gitmo? What is going on in our world right now? What's I mean, what we're watching is, you find anything odd about the many faces of Joe Biden? Have you noticed that?
Yeah. And you're referring to what his appearance is, right? You don't mean his tactics. You mean physically he doesn't look like the same guy. Maybe he just got old. I studied his nose for a long time versus a younger picture of another guy, and I found the noses to look like they were the same, but not the earlobes.
Mm-hmm.
He has a very rare kind of earlobe. That would be triggering. Right. Disturbing to me to think that.
Well, and there's just other things: the lips, the eyes, the structure of the face. He's whiter at the temples.
Yep.
One of his many faces. He's whiter at the temples than he is in another picture.
I saw that, and the new one is thinner in the temple than the older one. And the deal is, people do shrink their bones. Yeah, I see where. Yep. But when they get old, bone does shrink a little bit. And in his case, maybe his head did shrink. I don't know.
Well, along with his mental capacity, yeah.
Yeah. But
that might explain it.
The best one, though, is that detached earlobes are actually very common, and attached earlobes are very rare. And he's got those attached earlobes, which kind of looks something like this sticker that I'm looking for here right now.
But they, this really ticks me off that I managed to lose this.
You've got a tab someplace. It will be listed in your history, though. So.
Yeah.
Now there's some big ears.
Okay. Okay, I think I found it here. Come on.
The kind of thing that we talk about from time to time about what can we really be sure of? What can we know?
And well, this is kind of this story here is kind of an add-on to this story here. White House closed forever as the truth comes out. Las Vegas meeting reveals all to the Patriots. And they have this video here. What did about the Kim Clement prophecy? Prophecy by Kim Clement, April 4th, 2008, Seattle, Washington, read by Donnie Clement, Petruska. And they shall say, but now there is a second president. How can we have two presidents? An unusual thing, isn't it? Says the Spirit of the Lord. Why would it be that one with a double mind would stand up and face the people? No, they shall say, we have two presidents. What do we do now? Fear not, for God said, as I promised before, this is my nation, and I will change things according to the time and season. And I told you now, I will expose and reveal things that have been hidden so that my nation can move into this next election and to the next phase with victory and honor and glory, says the Lord of hosts.
Amen.
Which is an interesting thing. And he said that on April 4th in 2008.
Yeah. It's
which is
freaky.
Kind of interesting, I would go as far as saying, yeah. And sorry, folks, I wasn't sharing that, was I? Ooh, silly me. So we got a lot of things going on, but this dang it, I want to find this one article. Where'd it go? Dang it. I didn't realize I had closed it. And it's because they actually are talking about are these people, if we're not looking at the real Joe Biden, where is the real Joe Biden?
Good question.
Okay. If we're not looking at the real Hillary, I mean, I've seen numerous pictures, people sending me pictures of these pictures of, Bill and Hill standing next to each other 10 years ago. And then another one, supposedly recently. And, either Bill got shorter or Hill got taller.
Yep. And
I mean, by a lot of inches.
A good 6 inches.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you got to ask yourself, okay.
Well, I think that Bill did shrink after his presidency was over, he did start to.
But 6 inches in that short period of time? I mean, he was still getting adrenochrome up until a couple of years ago, you know?
The spine shrinks. But yeah, 6 inches, it's a little too much. Yep.
Yeah. So there, I mean, there's just so many things that just, for me, take for instance, all of these indictments. You cannot wrap up, 250,000, 500,000 people in a, I mean, no, it's just not possible to just all of a sudden start wrapping these people up. They had to have started very early on in bringing these people in and strategically bring them in.
I agree.
Okay. You're pulling the pieces of that Lego structure apart piece by piece logically in order to, deal with each one right where it's supposed to go once you pulled it out of the puzzle so that you can get to the next piece and the next piece and the next piece. And it has to be deconstructed basically. And then to move things along, you also have to be able to, move these people through the system. You have to, hold tribunals or courts or whatever it is you're going to do. They put $500 million into Guantanamo Bay and into Gitmo.
Yeah, I think that is about the figure.
Okay. Yeah. And early on, we had indications that some of that was for stuff underground. All right.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. I think I must have missed that.
Well, actually, it was actually a deep dive that Feisty Cat did, and she was digging on that, and it would appear that they were not only building out, they were building down. Was the possibility of that? I can't say for sure, but it seems to me that Feisty had uncovered some information on that when she was on the soapbox here, and we dove into that kind of stuff. So
we're watching a movie.
It sure. Oh,
looks like it.
I put a DVD in last night and watched a movie. The movie was the CIA. It was The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, and the other black guy. The CIA. What was the name of the CIA? But anyway, it got to the end of the movie, and guess who the executive producer of it was?
Amazing.
Steve Mnuchin.
Oh, no kidding.
Well, he did. He came from Hollywood. He was an executive movie producer.
Yep, Hazel knew that.
Yeah. He's our Secretary of the Treasury.
Fascinating.
Oh, for crying out loud! Stop it! All right. I hate it when videos just start on their own. But yeah, Steve Mnuchin was the executive producer for that movie, and it's like, huh? I mean, you can't make this stuff up, for crying out loud. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I don't know if we're necessarily watching a movie courtesy of Castle Rock Productions, but in a figurative sense, I really see us watching a movie. It's a whole contrived, mantra that they're just continue to feed us.
Okay. I just found the one I was looking for here.
Hey, you found it.
Yeah.
I know you really wanted to
I'm sitting there trying to talk and scroll and find it, and here it is. This is an interesting piece here. The road to Guantanamo Bay for global elite. Welcome to Guantanamo Bay, home sweet home. Gitmo Prison readies for massive swamp draining. This came out on the 25th of February of 2021. And as you recall, on the 21st of December, several things happened. President Trump signed an executive order that basically declared a state of emergency in every area, giving the president authority to take down these elites across the planet. General Mattis, Secretary of Defense, made a surprise visit to our leased naval base in Cuba called Guantanamo Bay for an unannounced inspection. The last time the Secretary of Defense visited Gitmo was 16 years ago when Donald Rumsfeld went there to prepare to receive prisoners. The 850th Military Battalion from the Arizona National Guard was mobilized with all 800 personnel and sent to Gitmo for a 9-monthly deployment to help guard 40 prisoners? ? Apparently, the last insane president regulated that all National Guard units to deploy for 1 year every 3 years, which completely destroys anyone's ability to find a job in the National Guard. Hey, boss, you can't. I can work for you only 2 years out of 3 years. Yeah, that works really well.
Yeah.
Speculation within the 850th MPs is that the U.S. is preparing for a huge influx of prisoners into Gitmo that are very well off, as the base also just received $800 million to rebuild not only base housing, but the prison itself. Number 4, over 200 elite CEOs in America resigned immediately following the signing of the State of Emergency Act signed by the president. Most of these elites are literally running for the hills, burying their dollars in offshore accounts. Unfortunately, all bank accounts worldwide may be accessed by the Federal Reserve System, except the new bank that is being created by the Chinese and the Russians in their new interbank system. President Trump does have full cooperation with the Russian and Chinese leaders in that these elites will not be able to run to either of these countries. Number 5, IBC Airlines now has begun regular flights into Gitmo and is now flying there 3 times a week. IBC Airlines handles freight, so apparently a lot of supplies are now being transferred to Gitmo. It appears that Gitmo is preparing to receive some very high-level elites that may be tired of tried for treason and find an extended stay at the Gitmo resort. You want to pick it up from here?
Sure. With any luck, these treasonous elites may even get a pillow for their extended stay. Not kidding. This is not about left versus right. This is about the destruction of planet Earth. Further, President Trump has enacted the old immigration laws that clearly state if you wish to destroy the American government, you cannot migrate here. A law ignored by the last 4 presidents in a clear attempt to initiate the Cloward-Pivens plan and destroy America and freedom. What this means is that if you're an immigrant and part of an organization which plans to overthrow the U.S. government, you will be sent home. I suppose this means the FBI will have to close all 50 terror camps they're running in this country. This also includes those who follow the Quran and plan to destroy U.S. laws by implementing Sharia law. So, as for the 258 million migrants worldwide, they will enter the U.S. if and only if they support the U.S. government. Please pray that if this is a new set of Nuremberg trials, please pray that if this is a new set of Nuremberg trials, begins of these insane Nazi lefty leaders, that the president is able to round up all of them who need to be contained. I think they should have had the word beginning.
Yeah, kind of mix that sentence around a little bit.
Gitmo is able to handle around 800 prisoners And the private prisons in the Arizona desert are able to handle an unlimited amount of lefties. And the next section. For you lefty freaks. It's funny. The U.S. Department of Justice has a new sheriff, and the murders and theft committed against the ranches in Nevada and Southern Oregon are now going to be investigated. Pray that those guilty of theft and murder either repent or are neutralized immediately. Finally, there is a huge fence being built between Afghanistan and Pakistan. But we don't see any lefties rioting over that, do we? And apparently Afghanistan has an enormous amount of oil and mineral wealth that the U.S. forces have been trying to have mined by the locals now for over 15 years. But the locals refuse to destroy their own land for short-term gains. The only active mines there are the Chinese mining lithium and the U.S. opium farms, which may be coming to an end very shortly. We wish you all a happy new year, as it will be a very interesting year. Pray for President Trump's safety, as those who stand in his way will fall to the wayside. So God has said it, so it shall be.
Okay, and then we have a video here. I'm not quite sure just how long this thing is. That's a 13-minute video. What do we have? Yeah, we got time.
Yep. And last but not least.
Sorry, I went and get some coffee there. That might make it a little easier for people to see there. Sorry about that.
It's all right. We made it up to Andrew Cuomo and then Joe Biden.
There's a couple of things there I wanted to stop and point out in this slide right here.
Picture of Elder Bush.
Yeah, and some of his quotes that we know he said, and it's saying he was executed in November of 2018 for his role in child trafficking, the 9/11 murders, and the murder of our 35th president JFK. President Trump signed the orders. McCain was also executed. Which we commonly believe that was the case. Sarah, if the American people ever find out what we have done, they would chase us down the street and lynch us. George H.W. Bush Sr., and a phrase that he said in 1992. Yep. Real name, George H. Scherf, Nazi childhood nickname given by Tesla, Curious George. And then this is supposedly what was written inside those envelopes that they got at the funeral of this individual here. So, let's see here. And then it goes on here. Maybe if we can get that wording off the screen there. Somebody was, I don't see the name at the top there. Anyway, executed July 4th, 2019, after attempting to assassinate Trump 2 times. Pence raped and killed 186 babies, is what they're saying here. All right. Huma Abedin, arrested and executed. Hillary Clinton's lover and child. John Brennan, arrested, serving life. These are, what they are saying has happened. These people have been either arrested or executed. We don't know this for sure. But have you seen any of these people? Where are, when's the last, Dianne Feinstein exiled to China, Eric Holder serving life, John Kerry, all these people.
Haven't seen Dick Cheney, haven't seen Laura Bush. I think we did see Bill Clinton, didn't we?
I think they roll out a body double on him every now and then.
Okay.
And James
haven't seen either one of the Podestas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Loretta Lynch, have we seen her? Lisa Page?
Nope. Haven't seen Donald Rumsfeld.
Susan Rice.
Haven't we seen Eric Schmidt, though, lately, somewhere?
I
haven't seen Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and I thought we had seen Adam Schiff someplace, too.
It could be a Could be a body double. They just needed real quick, you know. And you notice, where was Adam Schiff in the at the
inauguration?
Well, no, at the impeachment.
At the impeachment.
Yeah.
Oh, good question.
They had a whole new cast of characters up there for the impeachment, didn't they?
Yes.
They didn't have any of the old characters that they had before, right?
Well, maybe they just figured they'd try a new crew because the other crew flopped.
Yeah. Figure the odds on that. They would want to be.
They would have wanted to be. The odds wouldn't be good at all. They'd want to be there. They could taste it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. All right, let's watch some more of the video here. Okay, and this is what they're saying is happening here. 2017 military tribunals. Imagine you are Hillary and friends, and it's early November 2017. If you were convicted of treason in 2017, secret to military tribunal, would you choose the death penalty or life in prison to play a role in an upcoming 2018 MAGA movie? Part 1.1. The leverage. Here's how your death penalty becomes life in prison. You sign a full written confession. You confess every crime on video. You surrender all assets and wealth. You allow social media to take over. You are given a new phone and computer. You are implanted with tracking. You agree to 24/7, 365 protection. You are done if Trump team is harmed. You are done if you cross any red line. You are told to play specific role. You get to go to jail if entire plan works. Otherwise, your original sentence is carried out. And that's pretty much what we believed at the beginning was how this thing was rolling out, right?
Here's my question. If you do confess to any and all crimes, is it ever publicly disclosed? What part of the deal is that?
Well, here's they did that. They did the same thing for a bunch of people in the Nuremberg trials. A lot of Rommel, they speak of it as being Rommeled, and that is Rommel was given the if he turned state's evidence and whatever and cooperated, he would be allowed to keep his. They would maintain a certain level of his image, other than the fact that he was there for war crimes, but the worst of the war crimes were never really put out there, and he was allowed to take a cyanide pill, and so some of these people died of suicide or whatever, all right, rather than face the humiliation and then the enduring humiliation to their families. Because you can imagine when some of this information comes out, these people that were involved in this stuff, their families, people would go after their families.
That's right.
And
that's right. There are people who are not necessarily real bad people, but they shouldn't do a bad thing like that. But they'd hunt them down and kill them.
Yeah.
Yep.
And, to protect their families and stuff like that. I'll get you guys a link to this. And I'm not saying, this is what this website's saying. And there's certain aspects of it that I can certainly see the logic and the plausibility that this is how it has been carried out.
I've thought about these possibilities many times before seeing this article now, and there are a lot of reasons why everybody wants complete, full disclosure and accountability and, public hanging and everything else. But there are a lot of reasons why that could do harm to some elements of our society and make them, it could derange them a little bit, shall I say.
There's enough information coming out that is going to, throw most people back on their heels. And it really has the opportunity of throwing this country into a major civil war, because while they've been carrying this out, and they have been moving forward with it, but the release of the information, I mean, you don't want it to appear as though, we got another one, 2 more, we put 2 more in the ground today, so and so and so and so. It takes the lesson that we should be learning from all of this away, and puts the emphasis on getting even with these people.
Exactly.
Which is,
and there's a difference between getting even and just neutralizing them. However, for my money, and I'll bet everybody else out there that's listening to this discussion, I would like proof that there's been neutralization. I would like real proof of that.
Well, if they get a signed, full written confession, and according to this, you confess every crime on video, and this is it's not digital video, it's analog video, supposedly, which is much easier to.
It's much harder to fake analog video.
Yes, analog video can't be fake. If they do, it leaves a indelible trace.
Yep.
Okay, it can be detected. All right, so let's keep going here. We're gonna run out of time here real fast. Now, this one here, patriots are still very much at risk. The special operations continue, especially underground and globally, with rogue actors. However, once they attacked Trump in Vegas in October of 2017, and once the Saudi Arabian government was overthrown, POTUS had all the right in the world to convene these military tribunals. That's why Q started posting in October of 2017. The biggest battles were already fought and won. Trump then traveled to Asia and fixed China and North Korea in November of 2017. For all we know, these military tribunals were held starting on January 21st of 2017. You would only need about 50 of them to deal with the characters above, and would only take a week for any single trial. Skeptical? Ask yourself if the 2017-2018 behavior of the people above makes any sense to you without this theory. And and you got to look at what was going on with these people. I mean, but if they're playing a role. Now there is
I'd want to add something. There'd be one reaction on the. I'm sorry. Is it okay?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just insert something. I know we're running short on time. There'd be one reaction from the patriots, and there would be a whole nother reaction from the other people who never believed any of what they would call what we know to be conspiracy theory. And that was my point when I said some people would suffer a kind of real serious derangement. Serious. They wouldn't be able to cope. It could drive some of them nuts. Yeah. And they're better off not being confronted with the cold, hard reality of it because they wouldn't be able to handle it.
But look at pre-Trump and 2019 Trump. Big, huge difference. I mean, this whole area here completely built up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just true. That's just incredible there. So Okay. I'm going to stop the video here, and because I believe as we go down, we actually see that's all in this. There is a page that. So if we go down here, before Trump was POTUS Gitmo was a fraction of its size. Now, hardly confirmed by the following visuals, identifying a significant amount of expansion to be tens of thousands of new elite prisoners. And then you have a lawsuit, Cyprus A. Parsa organization versus Google et al. We have these misuse of artificial intelligence by cybernetics, robotics, facial recognition, bioengineering, biotechnology, quantum computing, endangering all the world's people, endangering the human race with the misuse of artificial intelligence technology, building AGI, ASI systems. Equally, there's been numerous documents published on the Human Rights Tribunal International website relating to violations of all 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UDHR, including war crimes to commit mass genocide involving Antifa, CDC, Fauci, Gates Foundation, National Lawyers Guild, National Governance Association, the Rothschild family, and the World Health Organization.
Well, I start having a little trouble with that, though, because as far as I can see, Gates is still at large. So is Fauci.
Yeah, but Fauci, how can you tell? He's wearing 3 freaking masks now, right?
Oh, gee. Oh, yeah.
Human Rights Tribunal International, okay. And these were courts. These were magistrate courts that were set up. These are international courts that were set up. And I remember seeing some of these things actually going on. You didn't really recognize what they were all about.
Right.
Also, the executed, clones, doubles, actors, transvestites, hiding in plain sight, holographic or CGI. We've got deep fake. Q brought it out. Deep fake. They have all kinds of different ways. They got these envelopes. I mean, we've watched all this crazy stuff, and supposedly this is what it says in here. They know everything. I'm sorry, George Herbert Walker Bush, and this was at his funeral. That's what they got there. What were in the envelopes? Q post there. Our promise to counter. And we heard about guillotines, right? Had you heard about the guillotine?
Yes.
Well, supposedly now they're showing some proof. This is actually one of the guillotines, one of the models of guillotine that they had planned, and they actually got them. They got delivered. They have them. We have them. There's just a ton of stuff here on this site. And here we have, many of these involved elites are currently suited with an ankle monitor or microchip tracker. They often fake a leg injury to get a large cast brace over the monitor to conceal it easily. Below, we can see Ellen DeGeneres with her smart meter monitor on. And, there it is, here, down here. Hillary, she was wearing a boot for a while. There's Hillary with her boot.
Yep.
Here we have John McCain with his boot.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have
it's true.
Trudeau. There's his little thing. Here is I think, isn't that Oprah? That's Oprah there.
Yes.
She's got her little thing. Here's Chelsea. Chelsea wore a boot for a while. My gosh, there's a whole bunch of these people that all of a sudden ended up with boots on their feet.
They all broke an ankle all at once. Yep.
What in the heck? I mean, seriously, folks. And then John McCain moves his from one foot to the other. Here's it's on the left foot here. Here it's on the right foot. And let's see. Whereas the clone double Joe Biden so flagrantly shows off his not broken his foot is, just merely days after allegedly fractured it. So here he is. He's just stepping up there. He's got full weight on there as he steps up on the curb. What's with that?
That's a really good observation. I never caught that before. Yep.
And then hairline or stress fractures are tiny cracks on the bone that often develop in the foot or lower leg. It is common for hairline fractures to occur as a result of sports that involve repetitive jumping. A complete recovery will typically take 6 to 8 weeks, after which full mobility should be restored. They're encouraged to walk on it, but run, here we have a picture of him.
Nope.
I guess, taking a little jog. Crazy. All right. Well, that pretty much takes care of it for us. We are at the top of the hour here, and it looks like Miss Salty. Okay, I think we've got a little time that we might be able to use here. We can cover it for you there, Salt. So the following 50 politically involved elites have been charged with any combination of the following Title 18 U.S. Code felony violations, including treason, mistreason of treason. Okay, I'm sorry. Rebellion or insurrection, seditious conspiracy, advocating overthrow of government. So you saw all these folks in the video.
Gates is in there.
Yeah, yeah, he's in there. And
Queen Elizabeth is in there.
Yeah, the Queen is in there. There's a whole bunch of people. I mean, all of these people. I mean, if they were sitting there, if they were killing children, the Bible is very clear. If you are one of these creeps that hurt any one of God's little children, you're done.
That's the worst.
That is the worst. They are the innocent, and then treason is next to that, because when you commit treason against every person in your country.
Yep.
Okay, and here's the explanation, what I was talking about. The fake news media may even label many of these Rommel deaths as COVID-19 to push their narrative on the sleeping masses in order to keep as many fear-mongered as possible. These elites are attempting to keep their public image and legacy intact and have taken deals behind the scenes. Crimes they have committed are either treasonous or crimes against humanity, which all equate to death sentences regardless. So many traitors will soon publicly announce that their health is failing fast with no previous signs of being sick or public statements as such. Signed, Q. What is a Rommel death? Rommel was given a choice between committing suicide in return for assurances that his reputation would remain intact and that his family would not be persecuted following his death, or facing a trial that would result in his disgrace and execution. He chose the former and committed suicide using a cyanide pill, a fate that awaits many, many people. This is a fascinating article.
It's a good explanation. It's a good article. I wonder if I might request that you put that out there in the chat again, so I can grab the link myself. Maybe other people want it too.
This picture here, this collage of pictures here, is rather interesting. You see Mike Pence there getting his shot.
Yep.
You see here Dingleberry there.
Is that Bernie? Who is that?
No, that's
Mitch, I know who. Mitch McConnell. Yep.
Mitch McConnell. But here's the thing. Wrinkled flags. Look at the flags. Every one of these flags is all wrinkled. Every one of them. Every one of them in these pictures is a wrinkled flag. That is the designation of a traitor. That's what was on George Herbert Walker's casket, a wrinkled flag. It was it's a disgrace. It's indicating who's ever in the casket is a disgrace.
There really may be something to this.
Okay. And supposedly these are...
A lot of us aren't going to see what they would want, though, right? You know, the public display and all that, they're just not going to see what they want.
Okay, but you see all these people, they're getting the shot, which is interesting. They're all getting this COVID shot. There's Fauci right there in the middle. That's Fauci right there. All right, wrinkled flag. Pelosi, wrinkled flag.
Yep.
Whitmer. That's Whitmer right there. Wrinkled flag.
Oh, no kidding. Whitmer too.
Yeah. I'm not sure who this person down here in the bottom here is. This is a congressman or senator here. I don't know if this is Bernie. Doesn't look like Bernie.
No,
but remember
Bernie.
Remember the what's his name from Baltimore that got he died, got sick and died real fast.
Yeah. Oh, what was his
guy?
wife involved in? All sorts of money laundering. Around there.
Yeah, they were getting all kinds of money into Baltimore, and it was disappearing.
Yep.
Yeah. They've added this in. This is a little video that you can. In this video here, this woman talks about these tribunals and these military courts, and it's quite an interesting video. Then we have Tuesday's FBI raids were done under a federally sealed indictment. Here's what that means. Talk about federally sealed indictments. This video here is pretty good. And she talks about the exposure of Sister Teresa or Mother Teresa. And because, she has been implicated in the child trafficking as well.
Doubles and clones.
Yeah. Well,
and the reason that they give, humanity has not yet awakened enough to handle knowing all the crimes that these sick, disgusting, deep state, Freemasonic, Illuminati cabal, globalist Satanists are truly involved in. And I would agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Some people will go bat crazy because they haven't been initiated in truth enough.
Mm-hmm. And then you have this video here, Hillary's collapse. She was arrested. And I never noticed this before. Maybe just it's me, but when you watch this video again, there's something metal falls out of her pant leg and jingle jangles on the ground right there. She takes a couple of steps, and before she gets her leg past this bar of the bike rack here,
mm-hmm.
Something metal falls out of her pant leg and jingle jangles on the ground. And this is when they arrested her at the 9/11 event.
Yep.
All right.
I never noticed that either. And I don't know how many times I watched that video, but I never noticed that.
Yeah. So this is a really clear video of that. And you remember the person that came out of Chelsea's apartment
wasn't her.
It wasn't. No, I mean, it's a totally different person, for crying out loud.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's to ignore this would be to ignore the obvious. Yeah. I'm not saying it's true, but I'll tell you what, the plausibility of this is, in my opinion, pretty. It carries a fair amount of weight.
Help people overcome their cognitive dissonance,
mm-hmm.
defeat indoctrination. Mm-hmm. Once we collectively see the light, we shall see the truth. We mm-hmm. are in it together, which is really hard for me to wrap my head around sometimes, because I find some people just aren't moving in their awareness.
Mm-hmm.
They're just not moving.
So, it looks like Salty's back. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you to my wonderful, amazing co-host and good friend, Indy.
The privilege is mine. It's an honor. It's actually an honor to be able to participate like this. I don't take it lightly. I appreciate everybody, including you.
No, thank you. And likewise. And to all you folks out there in chat, thank you for joining us for another excursion in the in the hyperdrive realm. And we're going to go ahead, and if you would, please take your and we'll see you again on Monday nights Hyperdrive, and you'll see me back tomorrow morning, and then throughout the day with Dan Happel and Alan Myers, and with Chris thrown in the middle there. A little bit of Josh Hawley thrown in there, so don't go anywhere. Got lots of stuff coming up for you to the rest of the night. Salty coming in, and she always brings it. She never fails. So we want to say thank you to everyone.
The pressure.
Heat's on, girl. Heat's on.
Heat is on. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, there you go. All right. 3, 2, 1. And thank you again. And Salty, how are you tonight?
Well, I'm all right. I can tell it's already going to be one of those days because it said your internet connection is unstable.
Oh, no.
Yep.
I had one of those. Well, actually, I got, I was on at the reset this morning and I was watching a couple of the morning shows, and all of a sudden I went in, got some coffee, came back in, and I'm like, where'd Zoom go? Where did Discord go? And everything is going. the little circles of death, And
I know, it's ridiculous.
I got kicked out of the Zoom, and had to wait, and everything came back up, but it was a very, very short outage. But
Thumper, before we forget, people wanted that link from that last article that we did out there.
Yes, I will.
They want it. Certainly was provoking my thought.
I'll get it in the in the shoot here and get it out to them. So
wow, everything totally. So I'm like trying to download the speech that I was going to show, and the download speed sucks. What's going on?
Is it?
All right. Well, anyway, we're gonna try it.
What kind of a download speed do you normally get there?
A little faster than this. It's going 12.46, 8, 12. I'm like, geez.
Oh,
like
man.
0.2. I don't know. Maybe it's just a hitch. It'll figure itself out. But I'm at least downloading it. So what's up?
Okay, Smokey Randy. Yeah, but I bought food for the poor, and I did your homework for you. So quit your bitching.
Oh my goodness. Got him. What did he say? Oh. Were you even alive in the 70s, Smokey Randy? We all know who you really are. What were you born in the 90s? Awkward mom. She's like, I'm gonna call you by your name. All right. Is there a Roku link to PSP? Says Hazel.
Do I know anything about the Roku link other than the fact that mine doesn't work 99% of the time? So I just kind of gave up on it. Thumper did my homework, but I had to redo the year.
Other than what? I can't hear you because it's like it keeps cutting out.
Only Cuff says Thumper did my homework, but I had to redo the year due to the grades I got. Okay. All right. Well, Salty,
funny.
I'm going to go get something on a plate and eat it. And, but if you need any help or if something, I won't be far away.
All righty. Take care. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm assuming I know what you said because it keeps glitching out on me. This is gonna be an interesting night, folks. let's just say that. All right. So how's everybody doing? Can I ask Pam to fix the link? Oh, you're asking Thumper. Yeah. One of us can probably do that.
How you
What's
doing?
up, GSPT Patriot? How's it going? What's up, Indy? How are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
How you doing?
Doing?
Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Jersey.
You're from Jersey tonight? Who's the one? Oh yeah, I really lost my mind. Said today's my birthday. It is. Well, in that case, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I really lost my mind. Where is my air horn? Happy birthday to you. And I know that was off key, but it's terrible. That was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my friend. But happy birthday, though. Happy 25th birthday. Hey, Jill. How's it going? I see. Who do I see out there? See Wolf. What's up? Awkward Mama. I see you. Susie Bernier. Hey, what's up? She says, I was alive in the 70s, too. I sure wasn't. I wasn't even a thought. Throw him over the wall. Yeah. Acosta got owned at CPAC. let me download that. Oh man. Stupid internet. Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, that do you know that Twitter's got some hashtag going on? They're calling it QPAC. I laughed so hard at that last night. I'm like, how desperate do you have to be, right? They claim that we're so obsessed with the letter in the alphabet, and then they're actually spending time trying to spread a hashtag calling CPAC QPAC.
I'm amazed.
Oh, it's so dumb. It's dumb. It's pretty dumb. Yes, your saltiness. That's funny that you say that. What's up, Tina Anon? How's it going? You know what? I'm happy to be here with you all, and I'm trying to open that BitChute link, and it's like It's just doing one of these, my friends. I'll show you. It's like, no, not today. Salty's internet sucks ass. Womp, 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 womp. I swear. All right. Hey, we're getting movement. CPAC was still not pro MAGA. All right. They're going to learn. See, there's still a couple of scragglers in there. You just need to learn. Let's try this.
What little I heard of CPAC is it was about the worst, most revolting drivel of a CPAC that I've ever heard. That's what I heard of CPAC
really?
This afternoon. It's just,
I'm gonna wait for it to load a little bit. This was the best wah 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 I've heard. Oh, you're talking about me? Oh yeah. Wah wah wah. I do a mouth air horn too. See, that's how we used to do it back in the day until I got one of these.
That's pretty good.
I had to order one of those.
Salty, that's pretty good. Yep.
And there's no need. You guys know about my impersonations, you know. And I can only do Trump saying very quickly, you know, we're going to our economy is going to come back very quickly. That's all I got. Very quickly. That's it. That's all I have. All right.
Won the election. Hey, Jim, I'm Dave Marcus from The Federalist. When are you guys going to start covering Cuomo? Conducting an interview. When are you guys going to start covering Cuomo? We do. No, I'm asking you a serious question.
Look at him here with the hands, right? I'm doing an interview. Okay, excuse me. Okay, excuse me, Jim. Okay. How about when President Trump and Kim Jong-un were trying to sign a freaking a promise or their denuclearization plan, and you're like, Mr. Kim, are you going to give up your nukes? I can't stand this guy.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Get me salty.
No, you don't.
Straight out the gate.
He killed 10,000 people, and he's accused of sexual assault. Let me just finish. And you guys want to talk about Ted Cruz? If you don't mind. So when? No. When are you going to start covering this interview? We can do it this way, maybe. Just because he's rude, I'll be rude. Sir, let me just finish this interview, and then I'll talk to you, okay? If you don't mind. All right. What do you mean no?
What do you mean no? I mean no.
Yeah, what are you going to box me out? You're not tall enough. When are you going to start covering it, Jim? So when's CNN going to deal with Cuomo? We are covering it. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not. Well, you're not. Okay.
Dude with the badge back here is just chilling. You know, there's no need for me to get into the middle of this. He said.
Look at his body language.
No, we don't agree to disagree. You're not. I'm sorry. Well, what do you think about what do you think about it? What do you have to say about Cuomo? I'm here to do a job right now. Talk to you. You have plenty to say about Trump.
Do a job right now, right? Exactly. Which is try to trash Republicans and talk a bunch of shit, right? But not report the actual news. Nothing on Hunter Biden's laptop. Nothing about Cuomo and his sexual assault allegations, or how about, you know, the elderly that he murdered. Okay, no, I'm just sure to do my job. Okay. Okay.
Nothing to say about Cuomo? I'm here to do a job. What do you have to say about Cuomo? Nothing? Job reporting? Nothing, right? You have nothing to say about Andrew Cuomo. The Emperor of New York, and you have nothing to say. Okay, then we see it. At least don't rat on your friends. Then we see it. Yeah, that's good.
One last question, Jim. Will you disavow and denounce Antifa?
I'm so sorry. We really are.
I already talked to you.
Yeah, well, I'm asking, you're just so handsome, I can't get away from you, Jim. Will you denounce Antifa by name?
Sorry.
Will you denounce Antifa by name? The violence. Denounce their...
I just can't stay away from you. That shit's funny.
Violence, BLM and Antifa.
Of course.
Specifically, you like to talk about Trump supporter and their violence. Why don't you talk about the Democrat violence.
Do you guys know where they put the golden Trump?
Why are you obsessed with him?
Where they put the golden Trump? Wouldn't you like to know?
You don't ever stop thinking about him, do you?
Yeah, sure.
What do you want to get away for?
It's a little blurry. Okay.
CNN sucks. CNN sucks. Can you disavow the BLM riots? Jim, will you disavow the riots and the murdering that BLM did?
Violence for sure. No.
On BLM side. So sorry, we really have to. Don't touch me. I'm so sorry. Don't touch me though.
They started chanting, CNN sucks. I can't.
Don't touch me. Specifically, disavow BLM riot. We really.
I see you got a big thing.
Someone out there told me to wear my mask. I'm wearing shit. All right. Okay. There you go. That's all I got. That's all I got. I'm not wearing it. I'm putting on your mask because I'm not one of your slaves. That's a Bryson Gray song. I got to find out which one it is because I'll play that for y'all. Right. And you don't ever stop thinking about him, do you? No, they have Trump withdrawals. They still try to talk. They still try to. Yeah. They're not going to give up either. They can't. They have to talk about him. They have to give him that. First of all, he was the reason that they woke up in the morning to continue talking crap about, and trying to set everything up. And they don't have that now. And he's quiet too. Well, not tomorrow. Or today. Today is the day we get to hear the actual State of the Union. President Trump will be speaking at QPAC. So stupid. Anyway, can't wait to see that. Does anybody know what time it's supposed to play?
President Trump is the last speech of the day.
Well, of course. Of course. Yeah, exactly. Trump and Q. No, okay, so you guys don't even. Okay, so I was somewhere. I'm not gonna say where, but I was somewhere where they play music overhead, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, it was a Spotify thing, and I taped it. I didn't get a chance to tape the part that I heard, but because I had a Bluetooth earpiece in on the right side, but not on the left. And all I heard was, have you heard of QAnon, that internet troll? It's like, I learned everything that I needed to learn by pressing more replies. It's like, find out more on such and such. That's what I got. That's what I recorded, but I have to put it in my audio thing so I can jack up the volume so I can actually hear it. But I'm like, this is Spotify. I'm just in a random place and there's music playing. And this is one of the breaks where they're talking, oh, have you heard of QAnon, the internet troll, or internet control conspiracy? I don't know. Internet troll conspiracy theorist. That's what I meant to say. So. Yeah, I already know what's going to happen when I go out to get, if you can't go on a plane without wearing one. And I've already bought this ticket months in advance. So I guess I'm going to have to give up or give in there, but they're going to have to, cause I'm not going to be, they will kick me off and I won't get my money back. After this, I won't be flying. Because I actually don't like to fly anyway. I hate flying, by the way. Just in case anybody wants to know that. In case that's a salty fact that you would like to know. But, yeah. You might see me on the news. You might see me on the news. If you see some if they try to say this crazy QAnon chick won't wear her mask in California, you might find. But then why? I'm just saying they would find out I'm a Trump supporter or something and then try to link me to QAnon. I mean, I guess they could go on my Twitter, but anyway, whatever. POTUS is always fashionably late. Yes, he is. Yeah, the takeoff is my least favorite part, Seawolf. My least favorite. Eyes of Texas said just spend the whole flight in the bathroom with your mask off. Check it out. While my mom was telling me, she said, if you're eating, right, you don't have to wear it. And so I was thinking, I might just be snacking the whole time.
That's an idea.
They're like, are you eating? You're still eating? I'll be like, are you judging me? Seriously, I have a nervous habit.
Yep. And go from there to the bathroom and just back and forth. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Mark says, let's start a bail fund now before Salty gets arrested. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, man. Yeah, so I think I'm going to do that. Hazel says, you seem extra salty. Yeah. Yep. A little bit of salt, a little bit of sass. Yeah, Shy Panther, I saw that. It's awesome. Except for the fact that they're like, oh, CPAC gets biblical because it's a golden Trump. I was like, they will never stop. They really never will stop. There's an airline where no masks need to be worn, Southwest Airlines. I don't think so because my mom just flew. And Southwest, and they made her wear one. Yeah, Salty, I'd get off if you see any politician or celebrity board your flight. Please don't. I hate it. I literally don't like to fly. I'm kind of nervous.
Imagine that having to put the mask back up between sips of a drink.
What?
It's out in the chat on Alaska Airlines. Somebody got banned. I just scrolled by for not putting a mask up between sips of a drink. It's just ridiculous.
First of all, there are so many things that different businesses do that I mean, like tonight, we were gonna go out to eat somewhere, and there was a sign on the door that said no mask equals no service. So, we turned around and walked the hell out. Right. And went to another place. And it's one of those things where because I was asking what their policy was. And they say, oh, you have to wear your mask when you walk through the door, but once you get to your table, you can take it off. Mm-hmm. What the hell? What the heck? This is stupid.
Totally.
Really stupid. Really so you're not gonna spread the COVID at your table, right? You just be cool on the walkways. They do that at my gym. Well, they want you to wear one. I literally it just sits on my chin. I don't even put it anywhere else.
To mention, Salty, the amount of time that you spend walking to the table is about a minute, and the amount of time that you spend with the mask off at the table is maybe, between half an hour and an hour and a half. So you got 2 minutes with the mask on and 90 minutes with the mask off, all inside the restaurant. Makes utterly no sense whatsoever.
It doesn't. And it is a joke. Let me move this up here. Lime to go says, what a joke. It is a joke. It really is. I mean, and I think most of these places are doing it because they're going off of the CDC guidelines. I have heard that. Yeah, I'm to the point where if I hear another business tell me that we're going on the CDC guidelines say, I'm like, do you believe but they do, I guess. And because they're trusted, they're supposed, as far as the public is concerned, the CDC has everybody's best interest at heart, right? Right. They wouldn't do anything to hurt us or anything, right? No. The CDC is here to protect you. Okay. And it was a well orchestrated, come on. It was a well orchestrated plan. How quickly did they quickly did they roll all of this out. They had signage ready. They had all these guidelines, and then they try to say, "Oh, it's an evolving situation," and they're full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're full of shit. They're just going. How do I want to put this? Like as they go. They're just doing it as they go. Changing things as they go. Oh, you have to wear when in a medical facility, you have to wear one when you're out in the waiting room, but not when you're in the office. And they have people wiping down stuff. I mean, they spray it, and I mean, just people are afraid of other people. Like I won't wear one in my grocery store. There's just I have never worn one. Let's just say that. I walk in every single time past the signs that say it. And I'll see a couple scragglers here and there with no mask on. But most of the people are wearing masks. And if they go down the same aisle as me and they see me without a mask, I have seen some people turn around. They pivot and rush out of the aisle. And I'm like, damn, the plague or something?
What you could do then is you could like stomp your feet to make like you're chasing them to see if they run faster.
Yeah. It's true, Turtle Dove, seeing how far they can push. It was, I forget who said this, but someone said they're training us for something I mean, here's the thing. You say don't wear one salty lime to go, and see, this is why it's really important and why I'm sounding the alarm. Is there are certain places that you do have to go for like I've talked about this. Like I have a really bad back and I've got to get into we have a therapy pool at my gym, my local gym, but like I just said to you guys, they want you to wear one in the hallways, but not when you get to the locker room, not when you're in the pool, anything like that. Not even when you're on the floor working out and you're, when you're running out of breath and shit, when you're working out and you're puffing out air, but you don't have to wear a mask then, right? Just in the hallways where nobody is. They're either working out or they're in the freaking pools or they're in the hot tub or they're in the locker rooms. But you have to wear a mask in the hallways, but not on the floor where people are puffing out air as they're working out extremely hard, because I see some people out that really push it, but there are and that's just what they're going to do when they, they're going to try to mandate vaccines. Oh, then you can't go and go shopping unless you prove that you're vaccinated. So show me your papers at the door. I mean, are we really going to do that? We're really going to do that? But that there are certain places that you have to go and I really, 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 I really, really try to resist it. There are certain places, like if you have to go to the doctor, you're going to have to wear one or they're not going to see you. And they bank on that, obviously. I mean, I went to go get an eye exam. I went into Walmart. It was the last freaking time I stepped inside of a Walmart. Okay. Because they're cheaper there. Okay. And their vision center. Whatever. I don't have to explain myself to anybody, but however, I will be going somewhere else after that. I was standing there. And then first the lady she asked me if I had any of these symptoms. And there must've been 50 symptoms. Wow. On this dang paper, and she had it was on a clipboard, and I go, oh my God, like, no, please stop, it's a sickness, right? It's a sickness. And what I have seen is it has emboldened people. See, so like places at jobs, when they try to say you have to wear that mask or you can't come in here, I want to try to explain this the best way I can, but they take that as I don't know if they're internally trying to do it, but when they're imposing something on someone else, it's because they're not happy with what's being imposed on them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does.
So now they get a chance. They get a chance now to force people to wear it, right? And man, I have to take my sweater off. I'm getting hot. Salty's getting hot in here. Seriously, I don't not like masks. This whole thing, I feel like it's a muzzle, and it's just the beginning. It is just the beginning. So I was just talking about this the other day to a friend of mine. Just when is enough enough? When are we going to stand up together, though? Because right now I'm with the fat. Yeah, and it doesn't matter.
Enough is enough when enough people won't take it anymore. That's when enough is enough.
Yeah, and
we're not there yet.
I have realized that. I mean, you can see it happening. You can see it starting to form because people, especially with the last week's events with Biden and the bombing of Syria, and no money getting paid out like they promised. And I said this on the last show that I was on, MAGA Mullah show on Thursday. I would prefer if they would open up the country, so we get back to work, and so we don't need these freaking stimulus checks. However, they promised it. They said, oh, blah, blah, blah. If we get into office, we're sending out $2,000 checks to go out immediately. So let's have it, But so there's a Twitter account, Biden voters posting their L's. I want to show you guys this. I have showed you guys this before, but people are starting to see, and they're starting to say it too. Like here, I should have. No, this isn't the one. Oh yeah, like as someone who supported Biden, can Trump please come back? Electing Joe Biden as the Dem nominee was a mistake. And they're just random people, and they cut off their names so that, people won't go and attack them, because that is what happens. If they see somebody's, if they see a tweet from somebody, people will go to their Twitter account and, attack them. It is what it happens. It does happen. And, yeah, Hazel says next it'll be straight jackets. Don't get me started. I'm serious. The GSPT Patriot says, yeah, masks are the beginning, then burqas. Yeah, I'm just saying, it was one mask and now it's 2 or 3. And I don't know. To me, I think the majority of the reason why they pushed masks was to keep Antifa and them from being identified as they were rioting and attacking Trump supporters, and just not even just Trump supporters, but people in general, attacking them. And they couldn't identify them because, they can. I shouldn't say they can't. It would appear that they couldn't be identified because of the fact that they had a mask over their face and then glasses on. It's like, how do you describe your attacker? So, one second here. Biden's dark winter. You're right. It's absolutely right. Cubs 1, 2, 3. Yep. This was a test. What just happened this last year, that was a test for their next phase. And I believe that we failed. People are still wearing masks outside, and they're walking around in the fresh air. And when they're driving, it's really actually very sad. It's very sad. Okay. I hear you say I can't even walk into a bank anymore, Hazel. And that's the thing is, it's a lot of places. They say it's required, and people just won't go. And it's killing businesses. It's just killing like any bit of the way of life that we had. But honestly, I don't think we shouldn't go back to that. Really, because what we should do is take this opportunity to continue to share these facts about what they're doing, and people are seeing it. I'm just talking about people who voted for Biden, or just people in general that maybe didn't vote this time. You know, immediately they're seeing their gas prices go up, the bombings, the main promise that they gave, which was the relief, the $2,000, which turned into $1,400 because you had that $600 down payment, that's not what they said. And it's just going on and on and on. Have you seen the newest video of Biden when he mispronounced Sheila Jackson Lee's name? Did you all see that out there? You're all for socialist distancing. I like that. Yeah, as you guys can see, I keep trying to get off of the mask conversation, but then I just always get back into it because I get like extra salty. So anyway, we're just gonna go ahead and switch on over to this video of Biden. Okay, I was blown away. Okay, here it is. Oh, let me turn on the sound.
He was getting on a plane. He told me he came in to see me last event. And Representatives Shirley Jackson Lee, Al Green, Sylvia Garcia, Lizzie Pinelli, Pinell, and what am I doing here? I'm going to lose track here. And
what am I doing here? We are asking the same question. We've been asking that same question. You like your salty caramel ice cream? Serious. It really does bug me. It really does. I have a meme somewhere. Let me see if it's in this folder. I've shared it with you guys before. It's a drawing of a man with a mask on, but the mask is a hand over his mouth.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool though. Neat optical illusion.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I had another one too, and I couldn't find it right off the like I probably if I looked, but there's one where because I did a thread of it before where there's a mask over her mouth, a mask over the nose, a mask over ears, eyes. And it's just it was spot on. So anyway, I'm sure you guys remember that meme. I thought maybe I could find it, but said, but don't worry, anyone. America will be the first in the country.
In my first 100 days, because of the people behind me and others, America is going to be the first in the country, perhaps the first in the world to get that done. And I'm ministered in my. And
he's always the one too, if you notice how he's touching his face, right? And remember that also the other times too, when he coughs in his hand. And there was one time that he was on with Jake Tapper, and Jake Tapper even called him out and said, you know, you're supposed to cough in your elbow. And he just ignored him. I think I have that somewhere. Well, here's one instance. Give me 1 second. It just cut out. Here we go.
be canceled or postponed. What do you say to the American people who are confronting this new reality?
First of all, my heart goes out to those who have already lost someone or those who are suffering from the virus. And this is bigger than any one of us. This is calls for a national rallying to everybody move together. And, I laid out in detail what I would do if
immediately when we don't need to watch the rest of that, but immediately he starts coughing. He coughs into his hand where the pen is. It's just, during a pandemic. Come on. Pandemic. Oh, Shy Panther, you're right. I did see that clip. Hold on one second. I opened it up. All right. I have not so you watched this whole thing? Because as long as I haven't seen it, so Shy Panther, trusting you.
Video here, and then I'm gonna go and do it elsewhere. But I'm sure I will get a ton of people in agreement with me. But for anyone that hasn't done any research, that's still stupid enough to fall for this ignorant narrative, you're stupid. You're responsible for yourself. You're absolutely 100% responsible for yourself. So if you're too fucking stupid to have done any research, to not understand how the PCR test works.
So let you know, this is a late night show, and you're probably going to hear curse words during this show. Just let you know.
The PCR test they've never isolated COVID-19, ever. It's never been isolated. This is up on the FDA. This is up on the CDC. They've admitted it everywhere. They've fully admitted it. They've admitted that they have fudged all of the death counts. So there is no COVID-19. There's no such thing. They've admitted that. So they're basically, and that the flu has disappeared since the beginning of this. So basically every illness under the sun is being named COVID-19 because the PCR test detects pieces of DNA, RNA, detects shit that just sloughs off, detects sequences that we all have in our body. It triggers for inflammation. It triggers for all this bullshit. So just ramming that thing up your nose alone can cause you to trigger positive. It's ignorance to use the PCR test. The creator of the PCR test himself said that that test should never be used to test for any illness. So if you're too fucking stupid to understand this and you're running out and getting a test, you're an absolute moron if you're like, well, the cases are on the rise, because retards are running out and getting tests. When in the history of the fucking world has anyone run out and got a test when they have no symptoms? You have no symptoms of a respiratory illness and you're going out and getting tested for a respiratory illness. The moronacy of this shit and the retarded thinking of people. And then you come down with flu symptoms now. You come down with a cold now. And then you're like, well, you people that won't wear a mask and all you people that won't social distance, it's all your fault. No, it's your fault. It's your fault because you're run down. It's your fault because your immune system is run down. You got anything going on in your body that would cause you to be run down? You got anything going on in your body right now that would cause you to be run down? Or is it that it's cold and flu season right now? Are you one of the stupid fucking retards that's wearing a mask at any point at all? Because that increases your risk of getting sick. I'm a registered nurse with a master's degree, and I will never put a fucking mask on my face or on my child's face, nor will I put us at risk because of your moron retard nonsense.
Say, whoever this is, I really like her. I need to get her on the show. All right?
Nor will I social distance, which also lowers immunity. I won't do this stupid shit because you're an idiot. And if you caught a cold or the flu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're sick. But it's no one else's fault. Your low immunity or your low resistance is the reason. You're not... When did people wear masks before? This is part of their fucking plot. And your ignorance, you're too fucking stupid to look into it. You won't look into it. You don't want to look into the plot. Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Okay, why didn't anyone wear a fucking mask when Ebola was around, when H1N1 was around, when those numbers were actually through the roof? Because they didn't need anyone to get sick. They need you to get sick through the summer. They needed illness to stay around because there ain't any illness around in the summer. So they needed people to be sick. And everyone's getting reactive illness from wearing these masks. I refuse to put myself in harm's way just because you are afraid, because they're putting fear into your head. Did you know that leprosy still exists in the United States? Did you know there's over 400 cases of leprosy every year documented and treated successfully in the United States? But you're not afraid of that, right? You don't walk around in fear of catching leprosy. You know why? Because they don't tell you to be afraid of leprosy. Nobody says, hey, you better be scared of leprosy. We better get a vaccine ready for leprosy. Nobody says that shit. You would be if they told you to. You would be, but they don't tell you to. You're not afraid of anything at all right now unless you're a moron and you're afraid of COVID-19 because they say it. COVID-19 is the name of their hoax. COVID-19 is the name of their plot and their plan, not the name of any illness. The flu is around. Strains of the flu, strains of coronavirus, which is common cold, multiple strains of it. That's why in the past, when you get the cold, sometimes you get it mild, sometimes you get it real bad, because there's multiple strains of it. Multiple strains of it. That's why. And because sometimes you idiots use hand sanitizer, which kills off your normal flora, which normally would treat it, but you just kill off all the good shit, which makes this shit get stronger and stronger. So you falling for all these Lysol ads and hand sanitizer ads and using the antibacterial soap like a bunch of retards falling for their bullshit, putting on your sunscreen and all this other crap, you're the reason why all these common colds and coronaviruses get strong as hell. You're the reason why there's 400 strains of the flu that are strong as hell. You keep falling for their bullshit. You want to not get sick and them call it COVID-19? How about you get enough sleep? How about you get enough sunlight? How about you not cover your mouth where air is supposed to go in and out and get good air exchange? How about that? Deep breaths. And calm your ass down. How about that? How about you treat people kindly and take personal responsibility? If you get sick, it's your fault, not somebody else's, because you were run down. Do you have a comorbidity? Do you? Do you have any other illness whatsoever? Because if you do, or any other pre-existing condition, pregnancy would increase your risk to get ill at all. Any other pre-existing condition, that increases your risk to get sick. God gave us an immune system. Humans are power. Exactly. And if you're doing anything to suppress your immune system, like covering up your mouth, not getting enough sleep, sitting in your house all the time, and keeping yourself away from other humans, 6 feet, which is just enough for your energy field not to interact with their energy field, for your normal flora not to be able to come in contact, using hand sanitizer to wash off all your normal flora, if you're using antibacterial soap to wash off all of your normal flora, then it's your own fault when you catch any kind of illness that they're going to label as COVID-19. And if you run out to get one of these tests, one, also answer me this, you stupid fucking retards that get these tests. Why would you go get a test? There's no treatment for any virus at all. What are you getting the tests for? So you can add to their numbers, so you can add to their plot and plan? A fucking pandemic for 9 months, 10 months. The first case of this fake nonsense that they documented in the CDC was January 20th. 11 months, almost 11 months of this bullshit. A pandemic for 11 months. You believe in this shit? You're believing it. What are you running out and getting the test for? Just to add to their numbers? There ain't any treatment for any virus. There ain't any treatment at all. You're just adding to the numbers so you can be one of the people to get attention. Oh, I got COVID-19. Oh, I tested positive for COVID-19. I'm one of them. I got COVID-19. Video here, and then I'm going to go and do it elsewhere. But I'm sure I will get a ton of people in agreement with me. But for anyone that hasn't done any research, that's still stupid enough to fall for this ignorant narrative, you're stupid. You're responsible for yourself. You're absolutely 100% responsible for yourself. So if you're too fucking stupid to have done any research, to not understand how the PCR test works, the PCR test they've never isolated COVID-19. Ever. It's never been isolated. This is up on the FDA. This is up on the CDC. They've admitted it everywhere. They've fully admitted it. They've admitted that they have fudged all of the death counts. So there is no COVID-19. There's no such thing. They've admitted that. So they're basically, and that the flu has disappeared since the beginning of this. So basically every illness under the sun is being named COVID-19 because the PCR test detects pieces of DNA, RNA, detects shit that just sloughs off, detects sequences that we all have in our body. It triggers for inflammation. It triggers for all this bullshit. So just ramming that thing up your nose alone can cause you to trigger positive. It's ignorance to use the PCR test. The creator of the PCR test himself said that that test should never be used to test for any illness. So if you're too fucking stupid to understand this and you're running out and getting a test, you're an absolute moron if you're like, well, the cases are on the rise, because retards are running out and getting tests. When in the history of the fucking world has anyone run out and got a test when they have no symptoms? You have no symptoms of respiratory illness and you're going out and getting tested for a respiratory illness. The moronacy of this shit and the retarded thinking of people, and then you come down with flu symptoms now, you come down with a cold now, and then you're like, well, you people that won't wear a mask and all you people that won't social distance, it's all your fault. No, it's your fault. It's your fault because you're run down. It's your fault because your immune system is run down. You got anything going on in your body that would cause you to be run down? You got anything going on in your body right now that would cause you to be run down? Or is it that it's cold and flu season right now? Are you one of the stupid fucking retards that's wearing a mask at any point at all? Because that increases your risk of getting sick. I'm a registered nurse with a master's degree, and I will never put a fucking mask on my face or on my child's face, nor will I put us at risk because of your moron retard nonsense. Nor will I social distance, which also lowers immunity. I won't do this stupid shit because you're an idiot. And if you caught a cold or the flu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're sick. But it's no one else's fault. Your low immunity or your low resistance is the reason. You're not... When did people wear masks before? This is part of their fucking plot. In your ignorance, you're too fucking stupid to look into it. You won't look into it. You don't want to look into the plot. Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Okay, why didn't anyone wear a fucking mask when Ebola was around, when H1N1 was around, when those numbers were actually through the roof? Because they didn't need anyone to get sick. They need you to get sick through the summer. They needed illness to stay around because there ain't any illness around in the summer. So they needed people to be sick. And everyone's getting reactive illness from wearing these masks. I refuse to put myself in harm's way just because you are afraid, because they're putting fear into your head. Did you know that leprosy still exists in the United States? Did you know there's over 400 cases of leprosy every year documented and treated successfully in the United States? But you're not afraid of that, right? You don't walk around in fear of catching leprosy. You know why? Because they don't tell you to be afraid of leprosy. Nobody says, hey, you better be scared of leprosy. We better get a vaccine ready for leprosy. Nobody says that shit. You would be if they told you to. You would be, but they don't tell you to. You're not afraid of anything at all right now unless you're a moron and you're afraid of COVID-19 because they say it. COVID-19 is the name of their hoax. COVID-19 is the name of their plot and their plan, not the name of any illness. The flu is around. Strains of the flu, strains of coronavirus, which is common cold, multiple strains of it. That's why in the past when you get the cold, sometimes you get it mild, sometimes you get it real bad, because there's multiple strains of it. Multiple strains of it. That's why. And because sometimes you idiots use hand sanitizer, which kills off your normal flora, which normally would treat it, but you just treat all kill off all the good shit, which makes this shit get stronger and stronger. So you falling for all these Lysol ads and hand sanitizer ads and using the antibacterial soap like a bunch of retards falling for their bullshit, putting on your sunscreen and all this other crap, you're the reason why all these common colds and coronaviruses get strong as hell. You're the reason why there's 400 strains of the flu that are strong as hell. You keep falling for their bullshit. You want to not get sick and them call it COVID-19? How about you get enough sleep? How about you get enough sunlight? How about you not cover your mouth where air is supposed to go in and out and get good air exchange? How about that? Deep breaths. And calm your ass down. How about that? How about you treat people kindly and take personal responsibility? If you get sick, it's your fault, not somebody else's, because you were run down. Do you have a comorbidity? Do you? Do you have any other illness whatsoever? Because if you do, or any other pre-existing condition, pregnancy would increase your risk to get ill at all. Any other pre-existing condition, that increases your risk to get sick. God gave us an immune system. Humans are power. Exactly. And if you're doing anything to suppress your immune system, like covering up your mouth, not getting enough sleep, sitting in your house all the time, and keeping yourself away from other humans, 6 feet, which is just enough for your energy field not to interact with their energy field, for your normal flora not to be able to come in contact with theirs. If you're using hand sanitizer to wash off all your normal flora, if you're using antibacterial soap to wash off all of your normal flora, then it's your own fault when you catch any kind of illness that they're going to label as COVID-19. And if you run out to get one of these tests, one, also answer me this, you stupid fucking retards that get these tests. Why would you go get a test? There's no treatment for any virus at all. What are you getting the test for? So you can add to their numbers, so you can add to their plot and plan a fucking pandemic for 9 months, 10 months. The first case of this fake nonsense that they documented in the CDC was January 20th. 11 months, almost 11 months of this bullshit. A pandemic for 11 months. You believe in this shit? You're believing it. What are you running out and getting the test for? Just to add to their numbers? There ain't any treatment for any virus. There ain't any treatment at all. You're just adding to the numbers so you can be one of the people to get attention. Oh, I got COVID-19. Oh, I tested positive for COVID-19. I'm one of them. I got COVID-19. You just want attention. If you got a problem and you need attention and your ego is that weak, get your ass off social media and start doing some work on yourself. I've had it with everyone's stupid bullshit. Grow up. Make sure you share this video. I'm going to go upload it and share it everywhere else because I'm sick of this shit. I got COVID-19 symptoms and I took a test. And if I got COVID-19, it's the selfish fault of everyone that's not wearing a mask or social.
I want to be a woman. From now on, I want you all to call me Loretta. What? It's my right as a man.
Well, why do you want to be Loretta, Stan?
I want to have babies.
You want to have babies?
It's every man's right to have babies if he wants them.
But you can't have babies.
Don't you oppress me.
I'm not oppressing you, Stan. You haven't got a womb.
We shall fight the oppressors for your right to have babies, brother. Sister, sorry.
What's the point?
What?
What's the point of fighting for his right to have babies when he can't have babies?
It is symbolic of our struggle against oppression.
Symbolic of his struggle against reality.
Okay. Well, it's a beautiful day, so we're up on the studio roof. Today we'll be discussing Laura Ingalls Wilder, author of the Little House on the Prairie books, whose name has been removed from a writing award because her books display stereotypical attitudes and contain racial language. Well, duh. Of course they do. Sorry. Okay, go again. Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful day, so we're up on the studio roof. Today we're going to be discussing Laura Ingalls Wilder, author of The Little House on the Prairie books, whose name has been removed from a writing award because her books display stereotypical attitudes and contain racial language. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'd be fucking amazed if they didn't, frankly. These books, they're based on the author's childhood between 1870 and 1894. That's like 5 years after slavery was abolished. The books were written during the Jim Crow laws. It's almost as if cultural norms aren't fixed and change with the passage of time. Who is this helping? No one. No one needs protecting from Little House on the fucking Prairie. Or, for that matter, the racially charged language of Huckleberry Finn, or To Kill a Mockingbird, or fucking... What does this achieve? Who does this help? Stop sanitising and denying the past to make yourself look good. I'm sick of it. It's utter bullshit. And it's fucking everywhere you look. We live in the most inclusive, progressive, diverse, prosperous society ever in human history, yet we behave as if we've never had it so fucking bad. We're told that there is prejudice wherever you look, because there aren't enough female biographies on Wikipedia or enough BAME cyclists on the road. Apparently, the biggest challenge to London cyclists is not safety, it's diversity. We used to react to prejudice. Now we actively seek it out, often where it doesn't fucking exist. Fucking Google has taken the egg out of its salad emoji to make it more inclusive for vegans. Is there a single vegan in the world that feels triggered or oppressed or unrepresented by a salad emoji with an egg in it? What does this achieve? Who does this help? My generation, right, we've never really had to fight for much. Gay rights certainly has come a long way in my lifetime, but, I mean, we never had to fight for the vote. We never had to fight in a fucking war. You know, my grandmother watched the Battle of Britain taking place above her house. Nazis in planes over her house attempting to invade our country. Actual Nazis. I'm not talking Trump voters, actual Nazis. Recently, you had Vogue magazine saying tackling women's issues today is harder than women's battle for the vote. You pampered, privately educated cunts. The suffragettes went on fucking hunger strike. Emily Davidson sacrificed her life. Wearing a Louis Vuitton black dress on a red carpet is not the same as jumping in front of a fucking racehorse. Stop fucking demonstrating how fucking worthy you are. And it's fucking, look at this, it's fucking everything. It's everything, right? What's this? The Pride fucking sponsored Costa coffee. Who does this help? I'd like a skinny latte, please, with 1 pump of sugar-free hazelnut syrup. Would you like it in a cup that publicly displays that you're happy with the notion of same-sex couples having the right to... I just want a fucking coffee, mate. It's 6:30 a.m. and in 20 minutes I'm scheduled to interview Amber fucking Rudd. I just need the fucking caffeine. Give me my fucking skinny latte. We don't call it a skinny latte anymore, sir, because that phrase is considered fat shaming. So I would just fuck off then. Peter Tatchell getting arrested in Russia, protesting their disgusting record on gay rights. I'm with you every step of the fucking way. Putting a rainbow on a placemat in Wagamama's. Who is that for, exactly? Or are you just cynically hijacking an entire social movement to promote your chain of restaurants by wrapping your corporate brand in rainbow-coloured virtue to help you sell dumplings? Stop politicising my dumplings. This is just a corporate extension of this modern phenomenon of demonstrating how fucking right on and fucking woke we all are. I see people who define themselves as anti-fascist on their Twitter profiles. Who isn't? I'm sorry, that's the default setting. It's not impressive to be anti-fascist. Imagine showing off about that. I am not a fascist. Good! What do you want, a fucking medal? Not endorsing fascism is about as common as not endorsing fingering children, okay? Can we not just work from the assumption that most people, even people we don't like, aren't fascists? Vice magazine recently reviewed the trailer for the new live-action remake of Dumbo and said the trailer was, and I quote, cute and heartwarming and seemingly neither racist nor terrifying. News just in, the new Dumbo film probably isn't racist. What on earth made you think it would be? This is what identity politics does to you. It turns your fucking head into blancmange. You can't see the world how it actually is. You see racism and oppression where there is none. A white girl singing along to Kendrick Lamar doesn't make her a racist. Let's not pretend it does, okay? That executive from Netflix who got fired last week for saying an offensive word in a meeting that was called to discuss the use of offensive words. Welcome to 2018, where context and intent are no longer required to brand your fellow citizens fucking racist. It's madness, and yet it's mainstream. It's fucking normal. The new Star Wars film drew criticism because it doesn't deal with the issue of slavery in a satisfactory manner. Shut up! I'm fucking watching Star Wars! The film Dunkirk was criticised for not having enough women or people of colour in it. It's set in the English Channel during World War fucking II. This is the politicisation of art, which of course is the end of fucking art, and it's fucking everywhere. J.K. Rowling got a pasting from LGBT activists because Dumbledore isn't openly gay in the new Fantastic Beasts film. Is this really the height of the gay community's oppression? I don't for 1 second believe that it is, but if it is, the war's already been won. Okay, if the worst thing that's happening is a wizard not being shown taking it up to the elbow, you fucking made it. Chill out. It's all fucking good, mate. Do you really think any normal person, and when I say normal, I mean white, black, girl, boy, gay, straight, and everything in between, you know, fucking normal, do you think any normal person really gives a fuck about this shit? Anyone normal, they just want to eat their fucking noodles, drink their skinny latte, watch their crappy kids movie, appreciate old novels written by people with different sets of values to us, and of course speak out against racism and oppression and injustice, but where it actually exists. Because there's a lot of it about. There's a lot of it in this country, but you won't find it in a novel written 100 years ago, or on a picture of an egg, or in a movie about a flying fucking elephant. Crows? What? I've never seen Dumbo. Yeah. Well, it's a beautiful day, so we're up on the studio roof. Today, we're going to be discussing Laura Ingalls Wilder.
Well, popular children's toy Mr. Potato Head has changed its name and rebranded to just Potato Head in order to break away from gender norms. The owner of Potato Head, Hasbro, wants the toy to now be gender neutral after 70 years of production. The company announced on Thursday, Hasbro is officially renaming the Mr. Potato Head brand to Potato Head to better reflect the full line. But rest assured, the iconic Mr. and Mr. Potato Head characters aren't going anywhere and will remain Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head. Launching this fall, the Create Your Own Potato Head family is a celebration of the many faces of families, allowing kids to imagine and create their own potato head family with 2 large potato bodies, 1 small potato body, and 42 accessories. The possibilities to create your own families are endless, with mixing and mashing all the parts and pieces. The Potato Head brand also evolved a year after launching in 1952 by adding feminine accessories for girls. A Hasbro spokesperson said that the company is leaning away from traditional family structures. The way the brand currently exists with the Mr. and Mrs. is limiting when it comes to both gender identity and family structure.
Throw it up!
Awesome. That is so cool. We're the people. More years.
Across Europe, people are protesting against COVID restrictions. Lockdowns, curfews, masks, the list goes on. But in Denmark, hundreds took to the streets for a measure not yet implemented: vaccine passports. After a year of lockdowns and restricted travel, COVID-19 vaccinations have given us light at the end of the tunnel. But mass vaccination won't happen overnight. That's where vaccine passports could help. They're called a passport, but really they're just a certificate of vaccination. It could allow people to travel. It could also incentivize people to get the jab, since vaccination is not mandatory anywhere. So why are people against it? Right now, the official messaging on how valid or useful vaccine passports are is a little confusing. The EU supports the introduction of a vaccine passport.
It is absolutely necessary if you have been vaccinated to have a certificate. This is a medical necessity.
The WHO is supposedly against it, but it will collaborate on a digital vaccination certificate with Estonia. Regardless, vaccine passports are already becoming mainstream. In November, Qantas announced that they would only allow vaccinated passengers on board. But vaccine passports raise legitimate concerns. First, over their efficacy. Vaccines prevent COVID, but nothing yet proves that it prevents transmission. That's why the WHO is against vaccine passport. Also, it may create two kinds of citizens, with those vaccinated having the right to enter public spaces, and those who don't want to get the jab or simply can't have access to it, well, it would restrict their freedoms.
Either you decide that it must be compulsory to be vaccinated, or you decide that it shouldn't be compulsory, but then you can't do something in between where it's not compulsory, but it becomes compulsory in order to access to a number of services. I think it's hypocritical.
And what about privacy? Some argue that vaccine passports may breach people's personal data.
The fundamental challenge is really around health data, and how do you allow people to control and manage their data in a way that maintains their privacy.
Whether or not there are ethical concerns, many countries in Europe are considering the introduction of a vaccine passport, but only a tiny proportion of Europeans have received the necessary jabs, and they got it on a priority basis for now. So if they become a reality, there's still a long way to go before many people can hold a vaccine passport, and an even longer time for the less developed countries, since many may not even get the vaccine until 2023 or 2024.
We expect these additional 200 million doses to be delivered this summer. And some of it will come as begin to come in early summer, but by the midsummer that this vaccine will be there. And the order, and that increases the total vaccine order in the United States by 50%, from 400 million order to 600 million. This is enough vaccine to fully vaccinate 300 Americans by end of the summer, the beginning of the fall. But we want to I want to repeat, it'll be enough to fully vaccinate 300 Americans to beat this pandemic.
Intel Hall from Marines and Real Chief of Police. From covert geopolitics. Huge actionable intelligence haul from Marine raid on CIA headquarters. The good guys are winning, folks, and it will not be long before the last brainwashed slaves are freed from the Khazarian debt slavery mind control matrix and the criminals rounded up. The Marine raid last week on CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, has yielded a huge haul of actionable intelligence, say Pentagon and other sources. U.S. President Donald Trump is winning big, with Clinton-linked pedo rings busted in China as well as the Philippines, Africa, and Germany. Military tribunals and sealed indictments across the USA are approaching 4,000, according to Pentagon sources. This raid was made possible because Trump signed an executive order on October 20 to recall retired military to active duty in order to take down the Bush-Clinton cabal, the Jewish mafia, and purge the CIA and FBI of traitors, the sources say. The sources say that during the November 18 raid on CIA headquarters, computers and documents were seized and as a result, some 400 drug facilities were located and the U.S. military began bombing them in Afghanistan on November 19. They added that the bomb locations were labeled as the Taliban's in order to be politically correct. In other words, they do not want the world to think there is a civil war going on inside the military-industrial complex. In any case, the Marines have proven once again that they are semper fidelis, always faithful, as this was not just a military operation but an intelligence operation, a psychological warfare operation, and the largest anti-drug operation in history, the sources continue. In addition to cutting off heroin money from Afghanistan, the cutting off of air flights and land connections to North Korea has stopped the flow of amphetamine money to the Khazarian cabal as well, according to Asian secret society sources. The mass arrests and deportation of the MS-13 El Salvadorian gang who are hired killers for drug kingpin El Chapo, as well as a new attack on the Mexican and Colombian drug cartels, means cocaine money from South America is also being cut off. The ongoing legalization of marijuana worldwide has also cut off that source of Khazarian black money. With CIA drug money influence drying up, the International Criminal Court is poised to prosecute the CIA and the Bush cabal for torture and other war crimes in Afghanistan as well as elsewhere, the Pentagon and other sources say. Also, one of the largest corruption cases in U.S. military history has led to the investigation of 440 people, including 60 admirals, 1/3 of the Navy's top brass. The removal of these corrupt officers, mostly stationed in Asia, means the 7th Fleet is soon going to stop protecting the corrupt politicians in Japan, South Korea, and the secret Khazarian colony of North Korea. This will mean that U.S. arrests will be followed by similar arrests in Asia. The Japanese criminals involved in the March 11, 2011 tsunami and nuclear mass murder attack on Japan, fearing for their lives, have detained whistleblower and Gnostic Illuminati Grandmaster Alexander Romanov, aka Zarek, and confined him in inhuman conditions at the Hasegawa Hospital in Fuchu, Tokyo. Former Prime Minister Yasuhiro Nakasone, former Prime Minister Yoshiro Mori, the mayor of Kagane City, the police chief of Kagane City, and all other criminals involved in the Fukushima crime against humanity will be jailed and eventually executed unless they release Zarek and immediately hold press conferences to confess their sins. Their assets will be impounded and Zarek will be compensated for the harm that has been done to him, say White Dragon Society, WDS, sources. Of course, senior masterminds in the US, Italy, and Switzerland will also be brought to justice for these crimes. Many top Khazarian mobsters like Bill Gates and George Soros have already been taken out of commission, WDS sources say. Next among the most prominent people expected to be taken down are Eric Schmidt of Google, Jeff Bezos of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, as well as Masayoshi Son of SoftBank and many other oligarchs who have been used as funnels to launder privately owned central bank fiat money into the real economy. Japanese right-wing sources say that Sun has already been dealt with. Meanwhile, a source within U.S. Marine headquarters also provided sordid detail of other Khazarian crimes that were uncovered in the raid. This was received via email from a CIA white hat. from a Marine at CIA headquarters. The U.S. Marines raided the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, in Langley, Virginia, this past weekend. The Marines retrieved a lot of evidence implicating well-known politicians of embezzlement, election rigging, identity fraud, assassination plots, murders, domestic terrorism, and pedophilia. I've listed the following 23 items to pique your interest and summarize what's happening. Item 1. CIA headquarters has been raided, the FBI has been neutralized, and $35 trillion of U.S. Treasury embezzled funds have been recovered. About $100 trillion has been embezzled by the Bushes, and the Clintons. Item 2. President Donald Trump reopened the President John F. Kennedy assassination files and George H.W. Bush was behind it. JFK autopsy photographs were falsified. Item 3. The sexual harassment outings of all these members of Congress is a mainstream media distraction for what's really going on. U.S. Marines raid CIA headquarters and President Trump imposes military martial law, behind the scene. Item 4. Alex Jones of InfoWars is a traitor and national security threat who is connected with a division of the Mossad, the State of Israel's secret intelligence service. Item 5. Hillary Rodham Clinton had ordered the murders, through domestic assassination squads, of Ron Brown, Commerce Secretary, William Colby, Director of Central Intelligence, Vince Foster, Deputy White House Counsel, and John F. Kennedy Jr., son of assassinated President John F. Kennedy, and others. Item 6. Then Republican presidential candidate Trump was right that Senator Ted Cruz's father was implicated with Lee Harvey Oswald. Item 7. California Representative Adam Schiff, ranking member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, and Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel, former White House Chief of Staff for U.S. President Barack Obama, are connected with the Mossad. Both Schiff and Emanuel are pedophiles. Item 8. Barack Obama was born in Kenya and the former president has committed identity fraud. Obama should be arrested for identity fraud. Item 9. Senator Cruz is a Canadian citizen who faked his birth certificate to become U.S. Senator and has committed identity fraud. Cruz should be arrested for identity fraud. Item 10. President Trump has got the file of every journalist, for example Anderson Cooper, CNN/CBS, Chris Matthews, MSNBC, Wolf Blitzer, CNN, and possibly Alex Jones, InfoWars, that's on the CIA payroll. Item 11. The U.S. Marines removed computers from CIA headquarters this past weekend. Item 12. They now have proof and evidence that Hillary Rodham Clinton has committed election fraud, treason, and sedition. She's a drug dealer. She's committed mass murders. She's murdered people at the State Department as a murder-for-hire scheme. Item 13. Bill Plant, who retired as a CBS News correspondent in November 2016, confirmed that JFK was shot from the front. Tennessee Senator/Democratic President candidate Al Gore actually won the 2000 election, and the whole 9/11 terrorist attack was rigged. Plant said none of this will be reported because reporters are afraid for their lives. Item 14. This country will not have a deficit once protocols are implemented. $100 trillion comes in, $35 trillion goes right into the U.S. Treasury, and there's a $15 trillion surplus. We can cut taxes, rebuild the military, create a great infrastructure program for this country, and Donald Trump will go down as the greatest president since Ronald Reagan. Item 15. George H.W. Bush tried to assassinate President Reagan 3 times during Reagan's 8-year presidency. Item 16. Daddy Bush, and Hillary Clinton, have also tried to assassinate President Donald Trump 7 times. And Bush, throughout the years, has been involved with 25 assassination plots against other major political figures, specifically, Congress members and senators. Item 17. If Gore had taken office and the Bushes weren't able to steal the election, there was a plot to remove Gore and put vice presidential candidate Al Lieberman as president. Item 18. There's a cover-up involving California Representative Maxine Waters and the Blue Moon Bank in Thailand. Item 19. The November 3, 2017, Renee Boucher assault on anti-war/pro-life Kentucky Senator Rand Paul was attempted murder. That guy, Boucher, was chipped, because Paul knows too much and he can't be controlled. Item 20, a reporter in a major network was going to break a story, which he is sitting on to this day, that the government contacted orphanages around the country and paid these orphanages to transport orphans to Washington, D.C. so Dick Cheney and George H.W. Bush and other pedophiles, for example Barney Frank, could pick out the kids they wanted to have sex with. Then they took those kids to parties. Hookers were present at these parties. Congress members were drugged and photographs were taken of politicians and these orphans in sexually compromising positions. A huge portion of Congress was, and now is, controlled through blackmail. Item 21, when the U.S. Marines raided the CIA buildings, they recovered pre-9/11 terrorist attack financial transactions, insurance documents, plus other papers. All these documents are now in possession of U.S. Marine intelligence. Item 22, the state of Wisconsin, the Federal Reserve, and former, from 2001 to 2005, Wisconsin Governor Tommy Thompson were involved with theft of trillions of dollars from the U.S. Treasury. Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker should turn over everything he has or he will be subpoenaed. Item 23, California Democrat Governor Jerry Brown has ordered a pedogate investigation of his own party, involving California Rep./Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi and U.S. Senator Kamala Harris. From RealChiefPolice.com. U.S. House virtually empty. This was streamed live February 15, 2021. Where is Pelosi? The House is almost empty. Where is everyone? They were arrested. Remember? Here is proof positive almost 3/4 of the House was arrested. They are in the middle of their tribunals, which means they can't make it to the in-session House. They are having to appoint interim speakers to replace incarcerated Pelosi, but that is okay. She can be excused because she had a previous commitment with a judge. A tribunal judge. The only time you will see her again will be on a CGI video. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Pelosi violated her plea agreement. She may have been executed by now. We know Biden, not Biden, has already been executed. Trump has confirmed that numerous times. He was executed in 2019. Now we just have to wait for the rest of the arrested House to be tried and or executed. It couldn't happen to a more evil bunch of Satan worshippers. Here's your proof. An empty House. They are voting by phone and by proxy, through their aides acting in their stead, because most of them are incarcerated. John Roberts is running scared. He knows what happened to the House and Pelosi. He is hiding. His Satanist pals are hiding him. But John, you can't hide forever. Come out, come out, come out, wherever you are. Now John, don't keep that judge waiting. It is time to pay up with your soul, John. Please consider supporting my channels on Patreon, and thank you to all of you who are already giving on Patreon. I really appreciate your support.
Peace and love. So, back at you again. Many have been arrested already. There's a long list online called the arrest and execution list. Many names on that list. After Epstein fell, the flight logs to the Lolita Express was released. And the names that was on that list
and you don't stop, and you don't quit. Y'all need to listen up. This is real. Bloodheads, fly ladies, and prisoners. Tell them all Jesus Christ is forgiving us. Being villainous is human nature. We went from fighting with sticks and razors to fighting with Uzis with lasers. I seen a dead body float in the water. This world is going crazy. And even though I prayed for a daughter, been thinking lately that maybe this the last sign. How many years left? We down to the last dime. We dealing with real stress to see it all happen like the scripture said it would.
And I will say this, at some point, I will not be president. Hopefully that'll be in 5 years from now, but I will not be president. And they're gonna die, they're all gonna die.
With the people, I don't get it, I don't know why they're doing it, and I will say this, at some point, I will not be president. Hopefully that'll be in 5 years from now, but I will not be president. And they're gonna die, they're all gonna die.
stop and you don't quit. Y'all need to listen up. This is real. Bloodheads, fly ladies, and prisoners. Tell them all Jesus Christ is forgiving us. Being villainous is human nature. We went from fighting with sticks and razors to fighting with Uzis with lasers. I seen a dead body float in the water. This world is going crazy. And even though I prayed for a daughter, been thinking lately that maybe this the last sign. How many years left? We down to the last dime. We dealing with real stress to see it all happen like the scripture said it would. And cats are so narrow-minded, can't see beyond the hood, and they reject truth like it's poison. So I keep a tight circle of boys, but speak with one voice and snatch fiends off the street. Give them some nice jeans, rice and beans, something to eat, and then we talk scripture. This is the cause here. We made it through so many hard years, so deep in the struggle, wondered if God cared. But I know He loves us. It's been a real long time, y'all. That's right. But I'm telling you, we will make it. As sure as the God of the heaven and the earth live, we will make it. We will rise. To the survivors, we still here, still speaking the truth. The industry still fear. It's blood thicker than water. Will love last eternity? If I speak the truth in my music, will music murder me? The scandals and cover-ups, so that's why we double up. Not cause I'm afraid to knuckle up. Soldiers huddle up. We stronger together, we're weaker apart. Afraid to die, but you still fall asleep in the dark. We're in that pre-cataclysmic. It all will be over in an instant. I swear I've seen heaven from a distance. This is not the end, y'all. Heaven's filled with the souls of men, y'all. Brooklyn, La Crenshaw, we in, y'all. Listen to the words of Sam Cooke. We made it from slavery, chains rattling blisters. Oh Lord, it feels like we just set in motion a cold war. And I know He with us. And I know He'll never forsake us. And show us His name is Yahshua HaMashiach. Y'all hear me? We are the army of the Lord. We will not run. We will not bow. We will not fall. Here are the questions that you never ask. Here are the blessings that you never grasp. Beyond the grave will we ever last? Am I a slave when I'm dead at last? Knowing that the heavens clash. A prince quoting kings on a better cat. His life a limitless journey, you're bound by time. Get a cue, a razor blade and chop 45 dimes. Did you just commit 45 crimes? Or is it self-preservation, trying to survive in this world when you're blind? And who got the answers to AIDS, genocide, wars and cancers? Destroyed the Black Panthers. It's unknown when will Charlie Ray come home? They gave him 30 plus, breaking my heart to see him in sex act with dirty cuffs. Tell me where's the justice at? I know you feel crime, you loving that. Truth in the hutchback with double gats. Boy, we ain't nothing to mess with. Connecticut's own, the crown kings of the study to find our weaknesses continually fail. We make them tremble in the centers of hell. As prime minister, I'm living to tell. Yeah, it's the army of the Lord. This is what we live for. This is what we die for. The name of the Lord Jesus Christ is the greatest name that is in the heavens or in the earth. And we will stand for this cause unto the end. So everybody who believe on the name of the Lord, believing that He is the one way to God, believe that He is the Son of the living God, believe that He rose from the dead, believe that He rose with all power, and He's given that power to us, and also believe that He shall come again. And when He comes back, He'll come back with power. And when He comes back, He'll come back soon, and very soon. And so we're not afraid now. No, we're not afraid. The army of the Lord champions. We will rise. We will rise. Yeah. listen up. This is real. Slunheads, fly ladies, and prisoners. Tell them all Jesus Christ is forgiving us. Being villainous is human nature. We went from fighting with sticks and razors to fighting with Uzis with lasers. I seen a dead body floating in the water. This world is going crazy. And even though I prayed for a daughter, been thinking lately that maybe this the last sign. How many years left? We down to the last dime. We dealing with real stress to see it all happen like the scripture said it would. And cats are so narrow-minded, can't see beyond the hood. And they reject truth like it's poison. So I keep a tight circle of boys, but speak with one voice and snatch fiends off the street. Give them some nice jeans, rice and beans, something to eat, and then we talk scripture. This is the cause here. We made it through so many hard years, so deep in the struggle, wondered if God cared. But I know He loves us. It's been a real long time, y'all. That's right. I'm telling you, we will make it. So, as sure as the God of the heaven and the earth live, we will make it. We will rise. Pick your head up. We will rise. Yo, it's the army. We the last of the survivors. We still here, still speaking the truth. The industry still fear. It's blood thicker than water. Will love last eternity? If I speak the truth in my music, will music murder me? The scandals and cover-ups, that's why we double up. Not cause I'm afraid to knuckle up. Soldiers huddle up. We stronger together, we're weaker apart. Afraid to die, but you still fall asleep in the dark. We're in that pre-cataclysmic. It all will be over in an instance. I swear I've seen heaven from a distance. This is not the end, y'all. Heaven's filled with the souls of men, y'all. Brooklyn to Crenshaw, we in, y'all. Listen to the words of Sam Cooke. We made it from slavery, chains rattling blisters. Oh Lord, it feels like we just set in motion a cold war. And I know He with us. And I know He'll never forsake us. And show us His name is Yahshua HaMashiach. Y'all hear me? We are the army of the Lord. We will not run. We will not bow. We will not fall. Here are the questions that you never ask. Here are the blessings that you never grasp. Beyond the grave will we ever last? Am I enslaved when I'm dead at last? Knowing that the heavens clash. A prince quoting kings on a better cast. Is life a limitless journey? You're bound by time. Get a cue, a razor blade and chop 45 dimes. Did you just commit 45 crimes? Or is it self-preservation? Trying to survive in this world when you're blind? And who got the answers to AIDS, genocide, wars and cancers? Destroyed the Black Panthers. It's unknown when will Charlie Ray come home? They gave him 30 plus, breaking my heart to see him in sex with dirty cuffs. Tell me where's the justice at? I know you feel prime, you loving that. Truth in the hutchback with double gats. Boy, we ain't nothing to mess with. Connecticut's own, the crown kings of the study to find our weaknesses continually fail. We make them tremble in the centers of hell. As prime minister, I'm living to tell. Yeah, it's the army of the Lord. This is what we live for. This is what we die for. The name of the Lord Jesus Christ is the greatest name that is in the heavens or in the earth. And we will stand for this cause unto the end. So everybody who believe on the name of the Lord, believing that He is the one way to God, believe that He is the Son of the living God, believe that He rose from the dead, believe that He rose with all power, and He's given that power to us, and also believe that He shall come again. And when He comes back, He'll come back with power. And when He comes back, He'll come back soon, and very soon. And so we're not afraid now. No, we're not afraid. The army of the Lord champion. We will rise. We will rise. Yeah. don't stop and you don't quit. Y'all need to listen up. This is real. Extraordinary, Jesus Christ is extraordinary. Extraordinary, the love of God is extraordinary. Gave his life, paid the price, my King is Christ. Extraordinary, changed my life, made me right, renewed my mind is extraordinary. Wow, extraordinary, Jesus Christ is extraordinary. Extraordinary, the love of God is extraordinary. Gave his life, paid the price, my King is Christ. Extraordinary, changed my life, made me right, renewed my mind is extraordinary. You a big gun, got a big arm, who like my guy? It ain't nobody, I say nobody, I mean nobody. No weapon form and I don't mean probably. Sometime that faith come off like cocky. Don't knock my praise, don't block me, just watch me, don't mind you saying long way the Lord brought me. And I know I did wrong, but I know the Lord got me. Gotta lead a 99 to get one. I'm that prodigal, I'm that son. Should've had a funeral up in the hospitals. I got lots of time, but got none. This that switch lane, that pivot. Lord, I gotta testify cause I live it. You see, we hope we do till we know we do. Saying won't he do it till he did it. Incontrovertible, my God is merciful, worshipful. What ends he made you, but what blood he purchased you. Whole lot of names, but only at the name of Jesus. Demons bow, believers, you know it's true. Glory, glory, hallelujah. None mind me, I'm just giving God praise. Made promise to 1,000 generations. He kept everyone good. God gets stuck in his ways. My God is extraordinary. Jesus Christ is extraordinary. Extraordinary, the love of God is extraordinary. Gave his life, paid the price, my King is Christ. Extraordinary, changed my life, made me right, renewed my mind is extraordinary. Wow, extraordinary, Jesus Christ is extraordinary. Extraordinary, the love of God is extraordinary. Gave his life, paid the price, my King is Christ. Extraordinary, changed my life, made me right, renewed my mind is extraordinary.
Okay. Welcome back. I just wanted to make a video. I just came out of a D-Live 5-hour stream where I started releasing information like I did years ago that got me censored. As of for now, D-Live is not censoring me and my team for doing what we do. So as I'm covering this right here, I'm going to drop a link in the description for my D-Live. That's where I'm live streaming and showing documents and proof on how everything today is working for, I gotta watch how I say things. Back in the day, the people that know who I am and what I was known for, dropping true information, documents, I'm covering the documents and starting to release them again. So there'll be a link in the description for my D-Live. I wanted people to see this. May take a little bit of the edge off for some. Mid-2020, this word right here. Update. This word. Just kind of got to do this a certain way. And I will have a link for this in the description so you can keep an eye on this. This is a big word to a lot of people. And this is a very big word as well. It didn't want to go, but there it is. So I'm going to let this auto read, but they updated this 5 days ago. Hopefully you share this video, and hopefully everybody that is looking for us and me on the platform will go to D-Live, because you know we're dropping the old school stuff like we used to drop, you know, documents and this word and why this is happening and to whom it's happening to. For the new people that are watching this video, believe you me, I'm known for exposing lots of different things, like who these people are and who these people are. But I just come out of a 5.5 hour live stream tonight, or overnight. So with David Trent from, and Will Kanishi was on for hours. We had technical difficulties. We got it figured out, whatever the case may be. But I wanted people to see this. Yeah, there's a big difference right here. So either way, I'm dropping this video. I have links in the description. Please support my channel and our intel and our work, because we don't get monetization because we tell the truth and drop the documents that people really want to research and add to their stuff. Believe me, I dropped a few bombshells tonight, and there's much, much more coming. Just trust and believe. We're getting a team together to go online to cover, the millions of documents and videos and audio phone calls from high up places, like, very big, very, from all the way back from Nixon all the way to President Trump. All the corruption that's happened and who was involved with what, when, where, and why. That's how we do these videos, and that's how we do what we do. I don't edit my videos. I just give it to you, and either do your own research or don't do your own research. But I guarantee this should be viral. Share this to all your people. This is an update. Gotta watch how I keyword it, and here we go. I'm going to let it auto read because, believe me, I'm so tired, and this is my girl's birthday right now at midnight as of my time 5 hours ago. So we got a big weekend from tomorrow all the way through the weekend. So I'm going to let this auto read, and you guys can hit the links. Follow me on DLive, especially the people that care if I'm alive or dead, that's been with me years and just keep following me channel to channel to channel when they take me down. So, God bless you guys. Here we go. Let me mute my mic and make sure that my desktop audio is in the right place, because I have to do it differently for DLive, and of course it's not. So, let me see real quick, just to make sure they match. Yep, I believe they do. And here we go. Talk to you guys in just a bit. Enjoy.
Mid-2020 Gitmo update. Arrests, indictments, and executions. Updated 5 days ago. So before we get started, let us first understand that before Trump was POTUS Gitmo, Guantanamo Bay Detention Camp, was a fraction of the size it now is. This can be clearly confirmed by the following visuals, identifying a significant amount of expansion for what is expected to be tens of thousands of new ex-elite prisoners. Well, those who are not executed via military tribunal at least. Now, if you are not aware of these indictments I am referring to, that makes perfect sense because they are still sealed and not yet public knowledge. Please allow me to enlighten you. These equate to roughly 222,000 sealed indictments and pertain to the most disturbing and corrupt crimes against humanity. These range from human trafficking, organ trafficking, child sex trafficking, slavery, treason, terrorism, fraud, misuse of AI, genocide, brainwashing, defamation, 5G endangerment, religious discrimination, misrepresentation, censorship, privacy infringement, and prevention of saving humanity from biotech endangerment. Below you will find the related and confirmed ongoing lawsuit filed by Cyprus A. Parsa, the AI organization versus Google et al. On February 26, 2020. Click to view, full lawsuit Cyprus A. Parsa, the AI organization versus Google et al. Equally, there has been numerous documents published on the Human Rights Tribunal International website relating to violations of all 30 articles of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR, including war crimes to commit mass genocide involving Antifa, CDC, Fauci, Gates Foundation, National Lawyers Guild, National Governors Association, the Rothschild family, and WHO. Click to view, full document Human Rights Tribunal International versus Gates et al. Click to view, full document Human Rights Tribunal International versus the Rothschild family. Click to view, full document Human Rights Tribunal International versus Antifa et al. Click image to listen to Humorous Mathematics podcast. Many of these involved elites have been using COVID-19 as a guise for their crimes against humanity, using coded communications to let each other know their legal situations. This images below give us a great breakdown of their comms. Many of these involved elites are currently suited with an ankle monitor or microchip tracker. They often fake a leg injury to get a large cast/brace over the monitor to conceal it easily. Below we can see Ellen DeGeneres with her smart monitor on. Click to view, Ellen ankle monitor collage, Office of Justice Programs, Smart. Hillary Clinton, Chelsea Clinton, Oprah Winfrey, Justin Trudeau, and John McCain. Justin Trudeau, for example, had the ankle monitor himself for some time, until he supposedly had himself microchipped as explained below in the following note by Annie, a Canadian government official. Whereas the clone/double Joe Biden so flagrantly shows off how not broken his foot is, just mere days after he allegedly fractured it. He is so obviously concealing an ankle monitor, and this just makes it undeniable. Clearly he has entirely capitulated to the plan, and is merely playing his role out, possibly even a white hat actor. As of June 11, 2020, images of lists with elites' names began surfacing on social media and circulating around in groups and group chats. They seem to identify who is currently on house arrest, in prison, awaiting tribunal, at Gitmo, or already executed. There are many versions of the lists, and there appears to be quite some overlap in names, which helps to confirm the validity of them. Furthermore, there has been numerous additions and updates to these lists thanks to Brian Robert Hyland from Conspiracy Daily Update. I have taken the most updated version of the list and alphabetized it for your pleasure and ease of use if you'd like an Excel copy of the names listed below. Shop now. Many of these elites that are already arrested or executed, along with those who have not yet had their military tribunal, will soon begin to commit suicide or die mysterious deaths. This is also how the white hat clones/doubles filling in for the indicted elites will exit the movie we are all watching. The fake news media may even label many of these Rommel deaths as COVID-19 to push their narrative on the sleeping masses in order to keep as many fearmongered as possible. These elites are attempting to keep their public image and legacy intact and have taken deals behind the scenes. The crimes they have committed are either treasonous or crimes against humanity, which all equate to the death sentence regardless. The following video will help you understand how Trump was able to use evidence of adrenochrome and child trafficking on all countries around the world to get them to capitulate to the plan. This includes royalty, prime ministers, presidents, the Vatican, and all Rothschild-controlled central banks. Essentially, this explains how Trump is currently the richest man in the world with the largest military in the world, as all countries that agreed to capitulate to Trump's demands are now following his every command. As mentioned in the above videos, human cloning has been confirmed, and many of the elites you are now seeing are in fact clones or doubles standing in for themselves. The reason for these clones is because humanity has not yet awakened enough to handle knowing all the crimes these sick, disgusting, deep state, Freemasonic, Illuminati, cabal, globalist Satanists are truly involved in. The majority of society would literally go mentally insane if they learned all of this information at once. This is why we must help everyone we know raise their vibrational frequency, overcome cognitive dissonance, take the red pill, and defeat indoctrination. Once we collectively see the light, we shall see the truth. We are in it together. WWG1 UGA. Supporting videos. Click to shop. News. We are the...
There will be a direct link in the description for this website, so you guys can go look at this whole website and the videos connected to them. It's pretty crazy. So we understand this is what the world wants to see. I'm not saying it's fact, but I will say this. Excuse me, I had to burp. I will say this. We cover facts, documents, videos, audio calls from government that they don't even know we have. And it's just what we do. So that made me who I am. This is exactly what the world needs to see to ease the minds of the people. And that's what I'm putting out. If you really want to see bona fide facts that led us to where we are today, from the 60s, some of the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, that got us where we are, all the presidents, the documentation that they have, they didn't know we even had it. Just be honest with you. It ain't their business. They shouldn't have done it, and they shouldn't have made documents proving they were guilty, and people that were connected to them should not have covered it up. Just saying. So I'm making this video unedited, raw. Here it is. For the people to understand that we are about to dive into this thing again for the, fourth or fifth time, and start exposing my multiple terabytes of documents and articles and just everything for over the past 30 years of my life, researching, archiving, and working with other people on D-Live. Started tonight. Had a couple of guests on. Great. For the past few nights, I've had some pretty good guests and more coming soon. Maybe by morning, now that all this has been exposed, I can see my phone blowing up, but I will not take a call till Monday morning, because a couple of calls kind of trickled in with numbers as I'm live streaming without giving a number out. There ain't no telling who it could have been. We'll see what happens. I don't really know. But if you guys enjoy trying to get to the bottom of why we're in a situation and why it's not in our face, maybe I can explain it, or we as a team in my team can explain it to you a little better. I know you guys want to know if there's something happening in the background. Yes, there is. How I know this is because the documentation I have, the president has. Just saying. But he didn't have it. Couldn't understand. I couldn't understand why he didn't have it, but I had it. He must be paying the wrong people to get his information. Just saying. Hire guys like us and you ain't got to worry about it. We'll give you what you need. Just saying. God bless everybody. If you can support our channel, please do, because we're not monetized. They will never monetize us ever again. And they keep taking my channels down. So that's why I'm on D-Live. If I could get half of my audience to go to D-Live, you're going to be very surprised what you're going to learn in the next 3 months versus what you should have known 3 to 5 years ago, 7, maybe. God bless you guys. And if you can support us, there's links in the description for that as well. We don't get money. We do this because we love the world and we want better for our future children.
I'm very excited for this, Dr. Romney. This was our first ever Med Circle Live event, and
I love it.
I can see people joining us right now. Welcome.
Awesome.
And we posted one Instagram post on our Instagram, and I thought, 100 slots. That's plenty, and it was sold out in a couple hours and it was done. And so we had to open more slots.
I also had a chat with one of my very good friends over in America yesterday, who phoned me very, very distressed because he'd received the list from Guantanamo Bay of who exactly was there and who has been executed. And he was distressed because 3 or 4 of his personal friends that he knew had been executed. And he hadn't been able to reach them this year, and he didn't know why. And so had his agent. And that's pretty awful when you go through that. He's managed to acquire their list. Now, all of these people, he couldn't work out why he couldn't reach them.
Mm. So he's found out now. Has he got confirmation now that that was the case?
Well, he's had the list, and he just said, I've looked through the list, and the people that I haven't been able to get hold of this year are on that list.
Wow. Wow,
so that's, and there'll be a lot of that. There'll be a lot of that. There's a number of actors and actresses that I used to like that I've found out that are on that list, and it's pretty awful when you think, wow, I used to like that person. And then you find out their history, what they've done, what they've been involved in. And I'm quite glad, in a way, that I've never been a movie buff. I just don't watch movies. It's not really my thing. And I get asked by a number of people, have you seen this movie? And they go, you joking? You've never seen that movie? I went, no. But Michael Jackson, that wouldn't surprise me at all if he was still alive. Wouldn't surprise me at all. And that, I believe, was a massive distraction to distract from the real paedophilia in Hollywood that was going on and the music business. And I'm saddened to say that many, many Hollywood stars and people in the music business have been contaminated.
Yeah.
And I did have the list of everyone of the film industry and music business that was controlled by the deep state and the cabal. And that was
and you know this better than anybody. Hollywood.
Yeah. It's rampant. You can't get to a certain
that ladder.
No, you're not, and that's what people are also going to find out. Their favorite celebrities are the real top dogs.
Guess what? Guess who's part of that EO? Hollywood, because China owns so much of Hollywood.
That's going to be so exciting too. Like, where's the entertainment industry going to go now? It's
They're
going to go
done.
to like,
they're done.
They're done. But like, it's going to create so many different avenues now for independent filmmakers who have talent that never got their shot. And actors. I mean, this is just going to open up the whole. It's going to be like the Wild West, bro. It's going to be the Wild West.
I mean, think about what the internet that we know of today already did. The internet, right, with YouTube and the streaming, stopped the old white guy gatekeeper. What I mean by that, right?
Yeah.
So if you wanted to pitch a reality show, you had to jump through their hoops. You could produce. Now this is going to be on steroids.
Right. And also you got to remember the way they control everybody, the handlers, is by putting you in compromising situations where you're. I mean, Lynn Wood talked about it.
Yep.
Having sex with an underage girl, and then you have, not kidding, he said this, you have to murder them on tape.
Yes.
And then they have that evidence against you. I mean, sick shit, man. Sick things. I mean,
and again, that's my, I keep going back to this, Dave, is if people are now still saying that they hate Trump and they can't tell you exactly why, my question then is, well, if he can bring to light and save children and show you that what's been going on, would you still hate the guy?
I know.
What?
It makes no sense.
And here's my other question. Did you hate him to this level before he ran for office? Of course not.
No.
Just
media taught them to do that. Yeah.
It's the same people when I say, okay, well, this time last year, were you wearing a mask because of flu season? No, because you weren't told to.
Right. That's just how indoctrinated people are, how conditioned they are through the media. And that is why I'm going to be so excited.
The adrenochrome thing is real, okay?
Yeah.
It is real. It became the biggest international export of anything, bigger, more lucrative than oil. And what happened with the children is real. And look, I don't blame them trying to get in front of the story. The only reason they're bringing it up is because it's coming out. Yeah. And, that's going to be the biggest red pill of them all. And, you and I were both in Hollywood around people that, clearly are involved.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
Yet constantly we're hearing that they said, first of all, people won't even talk about it. They think that it's da-da-da. But as it's going on, we're finding more and more. I had somebody send me a whole list, a new one that I never saw before, of pages and pages of names of kids, their birth dates, all their blood type, all of that. Yeah. And I had gotten one a long time ago. Now I saw another one that connects back to the Ukraine. And, this is the biggest, it's going to be the biggest red pill. But like you said, I think that he's going one thing after another thing after another thing, and then it'll come back around to the real reason that they formed the alliance. Because at the G7, when they all got up in arms, when Trump invited Putin, that is when I believe he presented all the evidence about the international child organ and adrenochrome trafficking ring that's been run by the top. And, these people are clearly addicted to it. Look at some of these people. Like even Zuckerberg, wait till you see this. You gotta, when you're off with us, you gotta go look up Project Veritas. The guy looks full on demon.
Yeah. Well, he's either a clone, like Charlie said, or he's just hasn't had his adrenochrome supply.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it's like they also go through some of the withdrawals from what I've heard is like psychosis.
Right.
They start repeating themselves. They start like twitching, like Hillary.
And how do you talk about Senator Warren?
Did you talk about vice presidential possibilities with Senator Warren?
You guys have got to try the cold chai.
I've had it.
And how do you talk about Senator Warren?
Did you talk about vice presidential possibilities with Senator Warren?
You guys have got to try.
Right. Going into seizures. I mean, they got to have this drug.
Yeah, remember Merkel? at that when she was all shaking and all that.
Mir geht es gut. Ich habe neulich schon einmal gesagt, dass ich in einer Verarbeitungsphase der letzten militärischen Ehren mit dem Präsidenten Zelensky bin. Die ist offensichtlich noch nicht ganz abgeschlossen, aber es gibt Fortschritte und ich muss damit jetzt eine Weile leben. Aber mir geht es sehr gut und man muss sich keine Sorgen machen.
Wieder betont, dass wir verständliche Sprache brauchen, Herzen von neuen Konflikten geprägt.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, that's what they said. Once it's in your system, you can't stop taking it.
It's more addictive than heroin.
Right, and I know some people in the witches coven in Hollywood, the female witches coven that runs the Hollywood side of that. A lot of them use it on their skin. I mean, like they use it for their skin, and they,
Kardashian came out talking about something like that.
Do you want to inject your own blood into your face to look hotter, or maybe grosser? Because now you can. Somehow famous queen of pop culture television, Kim Kardashian, has done it. She got the science community to talk about her. Well done, Kimberly. We're talking about her face and how bloody it is. Last week, Kim tweeted a picture of her face covered in a mysterious red substance and hashtagged it vampire facial. Wait. Is that blood? The pop star got a blood facial on her show, allegedly to keep her face looking younger. According to doctors who perform this procedure, acupuncture needles get the plasma into position to potentially encourage collagen growth. Collagen is what keeps our faces so young and springy.
A couple months ago, Kate Blanchett admitted to that Sandra Bullock and her went and got a certain kind of facial in New York when they had some downtime shooting Ocean's 8. So Sandra sat down with Ellen and explained exactly what it was.
Well, it's this way in which one forces through microneedling. It's like a little roller with these, some of you, I think many of you know it, and it pushes through the skin and ruptures the collagen and then boosts it. You look like a burn victim for a day, but then it pushes the
What are you pushing into the skin, Sarah? Sandra? Carrie? What are you pushing into the skin?
Well, you push in whatever the facialist would like to insert into your pores.
But what is it?
It is an extraction from a piece of skin that came from a young person far, far away, and they somehow figured out how to extract.
It's foreskin from a Korean baby. That's what it is. Who comes up with this?
I don't think, and it's not like I'm lying there with little pieces all over my face. It's like,
who thinks of collecting it and having it for, we'll do something with this
and
someday.
Why didn't we come up with that?
Right.
Yeah, and so we call it, I call it the penis facial, and I think when you see how good it is to your face, you too will run to your local facialist and say, give me the penis.
Yeah, but I mean, they're bringing it in slowly. They're conditioning people slowly. That's how they do it in Hollywood. They hide it out in the open. But they talk about, it's the foreskin of babies and this and that. And you put the cream on your face. And I mean, they're conditioning people because their whole objective is to create the LGBTQ P for pedophilia. That's going to work. Child love. But then once they do that, they accomplish that, which this is their plan. It's completely demonic. Once they accomplish the P at the end of LGBT, whatever, QP, then it's going to be, oh, by the way, you can also use babies for this and that and to make you look youthful. Oh, and then 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, oh, there's this thing called adrenochrome you could take, becomes the biggest seller in the world. That's what they're trying to do.
Right. And it was on the cover of a bunch of magazines that actor Armie Hammer is into cannibalism. And I thought, oh God, they're throwing it out there like without any fear, just putting it in the mind. because from what I see and all the stuff that I know about Epstein Island, if you were there on a weekend that there was a spirit cooking event, which was, you know, one of the big like pulls on their satanic weekends was the big spirit cooking dinner, you're complicit. I don't care what, you're complicit, you're involved, and you got to go.
And
And
these people want to be famous so bad, they're like, well, okay. I mean, yeah, I'll try some child blood. I mean,
and you know what? They get messed up. They get sucked into the cult mentality slowly. I've seen it happen when I was in LA with Scientology and other things. At first you think they love you, they're your friends, this and that, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you're at a party, you're drugged, they get you on film doing horrible stuff, and you're done. That's it. You're in.
That's the that was the blackmail that they got on Nancy Pelosi's computer that they managed to get off there, was the blackmailing of so many people.
And where's Adam Schiff right now? Like, did Adam Schiff, there was rumors of him being arrested. I haven't seen that guy at all.
He was arrested and executed last year. He's had a body double out for best part of the year.
And that was what struck me the most about the inauguration. All the biggest usual suspects of the Democratic Party weren't there. You know,
I had an updated list of the arrests, the executions, etc. I had it just before the weekend on it with everything updated, which I'll send across to you.
Yeah. Well,
so you're telling me these people, like, they get executed and they just throw out a body double out there, a clone?
There's certain ones that they put body doubles or clones or CGI, because I've asked so many people on this journey, have they actually seen physically Biden in real life? And not one person. And when you consider I've got nearly, well, over 9 million followers now, if nobody has seen him out of 9 million people, there's something wrong there. And I've seen him on the television. I was not talking about the television. I'm talking about in real life.
Right.
I know people who've actually seen Donald Trump in real life.
Right. Yeah.
But nobody has seen Biden in real life. Nobody.
Drop 4 and 3 and 2 and 1.
I can't believe you hit Derek. I know. Did you see the expression on his face? Yeah. That was cool.
Do you want to see something super cool that only 3 people have ever seen in their lifetime? Okay, open your eyes.
Whoa.
See that black smudge right there on the blade?
Yeah.
Look at it closely. Pretty recognizable signature.
No.
Randy Jackson from American Idol.
Why do you have Randy Jackson's autograph on a martial arts weapon?
Because I bumped into him and all I had on me was this samurai sword, and you're not going to not get Randy Jackson's autograph, right?
I would have done the exact same thing.
You're not a doucher.
Let's play a game, all right? On the count of 3, name your favorite dinosaur. Don't even think about it. Just name it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Velociraptor.
Favorite non-pornographic magazine to masturbate to?
Good Housekeeping.
If you were a chick, who's the one guy you would sleep with?
John Stamos.
What? Did we just become best friends?
Yup.
Hello, everybody, and congratulations to the class of 2020.
This is a huge day for all of you, and we couldn't be more excited to be celebrating with you today. It's very exciting.
It's exciting.
Now, while you might not get the experience of sweating under your cap and gown in the hot sun or get embarrassed by your family yelling out your name when you walk across the stage, you still have all those people with you today, just like they've been with you this whole journey, rooting you on, pushing you to grow, and offering you a hand if you needed it. These folks deserve your love and gratitude for helping you get here. So give them a squeeze if they're with you right now. And
Especially the dads.
and if they're not, give them a call later. That's from the moms. This is their day too.
So today is the culmination of a long journey. Think back to when you were starting your first year. You're probably just hoping that by graduation day you would have found your people, learned some new skills, got yourself ready for your next step. Maybe college, maybe grad school, maybe your first job. You accomplished all that. And then just as you were rounding the final turn, the world threw a pandemic your way.
Yeah, so these past few months, you've had to reach even higher. You weren't just adjusting to a virtual classroom. You were helping your teachers adjust their audio so the rest of the class could hear. You weren't just taking your finals online. You were making sure your siblings had enough time on the computer too to do their work. And you weren't just hanging out with your friends in that group chat. You were supporting them through all this uncertainty and loss.
That's a lot to ask of anybody. But in spite of it all, here you are. And we want you to know that all the work you've put in to get your education is still one of the best investments you can make. We've seen it for decades. The more education you have, the better you and your families are likely to fare. It's been borne out over the past couple of months, and it will be the case for years to come. So you all have done something great. Hold your heads high and celebrate.
And go ahead and do a little dance. A cool dance, just for yourself. Maybe even not so cool if you're just by yourself. Embarrass yourself.
Yeah. And also, Big Voice has disappeared. Dom Podesta disappeared.
Yeah. Where are these people? Like, people aren't asking questions.
Right. That's the thing. Why aren't people on the other side?
Where's Tom Hanks? Tom Hanks isn't promoting any of his movies.
Yeah.
Right.
I heard that guy was such a threat to society, they had to take him out quick.
Yeah.
Like, they said that he was that bad.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I've got the list here somewhere.
What's amazing though is how all these years the worst of the worst people ended up being the most famous. So that's why, remember it said they thought you would follow the stars.
Yeah.
Well, people are still out there like loving Madonna and Tom Hanks and all these people that participated in this just because you can find the information. People just don't want to.
But you know what, Mel? What I think is happening is this shift in consciousness and this new consciousness that's here now. You can't use that old witchcraft and trickery of using celebrities, this and that, in a new consciousness. Once you take that consciousness out of the box, you can't put it back in. So the people that are awake, we see through this. So their old trickery doesn't work on people like us.
Right.
But there's still people that are asleep that follow the stars. It's unbelievable. Celebrities are it's a dead thing now. I mean,
totally.
The new celebrities are going to be truth bringers, truth seekers, people that fight for truth, patriots. It's not them anymore. They're done. They're like the old guard, and we're switching into the new guard. And that old mindset, that old consciousness cannot survive within this new paradigm.
Right. I totally agree. No, so do I. I think once you snap out of it and you see it from a distance, you can see the whole thing, the whole plan.
Yeah. place. We have very good intel on this from multiple insider sources that they have arrested right now key people in the deep state. They already have tribunals going on in several locations in the United States and apparently Guantanamo. There are prison barges taking people to Guantanamo, and what they've done is they have started with the mid-level people who were directly involved in child trafficking. These sealed indictments that we've been hearing so much about are being unsealed. People are being put on trial in secret tribunals. These are military trials. They happen quickly. Some people are getting the death penalty. This is very serious. It has not yet been authorized to be leaked to the public. Now, the people who are doing this think that they can make it stay secret for a year or two. They're hoping it could take that long. Because remember, the original mass arrest scenario I've been telling you guys about since 2009 was going to be everybody getting arrested at once. But it turns out when the rubber meets the road, the alliance does not have the staff to do that. They're going to need to do it a little at a time. So it's going to take them a year or two to get everybody. Now, there are some factions. There's one faction in the alliance, and this is a group opposing the deep state that represents the military, the intelligence community, and many other governments around the world, okay? That community doesn't want to tell us. There's one faction that is worried about the mess, but then there's another faction that says this is definitely going to leak. We can't stop the leaks. They're coming out. There's nothing we can do about it. Kim.com is the guy who did Mega Upload, and he was one of the insiders who said what was coming with WikiLeaks before it did in October 2016. Kim.com, with that insider connection, is saying that we're going to get data dumps this year that are worse than anything we saw in October 2016, which of course is all the Podesta stuff, all the PZG stuff. You figure out what that means.
We'll be streaming the Conservative Political Action Conference, or CPAC, live on our website this weekend. You can join our live stream Friday through Sunday all day at ntd.com, but only on our website. You won't find it on YouTube because we need to protect our channel from video removals and possible strikes. We are live streaming all the speakers, including former President Donald Trump. He's expected to speak at the conference on Sunday. It will be his first public appearance since leaving the White House. We hope to see you there.
We worked tirelessly with great success to deliver on our values, American values that have made this such a special, unique nation. Look, this country was built on what our founders understood, and then the Bill of Rights that came behind that Constitution. They built a nation recognizing that our rights come from our Creator and not from any government. Our union becomes more perfect every time we defend our sovereignty and we defend our borders. And I'm proud that we were the most pro-life administration in the history of the United States of America. Speaking of vaccines, I hear President Biden say,
Washington, D.C., the National Mall.
at night. It's a quiet town. You wouldn't know it from watching the news.